to break the bondage. No more borders around me, no more mental slavery. Bob Marley said it best, stand together and feel alright. But if we fight, let it be for justice. And if we war, let it be for justice. At all costs, let it be for justice. Do what is right, let it be for justice. Let it be for justice. Let it be for justice. No matter what it costs, let it be for justice. Let it be for justice. Inequity, disparities, and violence, oppression, racism. No, I won't be silent. No more barriers for we. We will thrive, prosperity. Marcus Garvey said it best. None but ourselves can free your minds. But if we fight, let it be for justice. And if we war, let it be for justice. At all costs, let it be for justice. Do what is right, let it be for justice. Let it be for justice. Let it be for justice. No matter what it costs, let it be for justice. 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 No matter what it costs, let it be for justice. Let it be for justice. We the people are from royalty. Royalty. I wish so many of us can see. Keep the culture, be united, stop the violence. Put the power in ourselves, create the franchise. In the news last week, another bomb overseas. I'm so sick of these murders in the streets. Ooh, why I? Ooh, why I? Why I? Why I? But if we fight, let it be for justice. And if we war, let it be for justice. At all costs,
At all costs, let it be for justice.
Let it be for
Greetings and salutations, one and all.
justice. No matter what it costs, let it be for justice.
Welcome to the night shift to DJ Kevin Stew.
Let it be.
It's community and finance night,
Let it be for
and it's kinda like an anthem now. Whenever you hear me start with this song, the China Nicole's Let It Be for Justice,
justice. And if we want,
you know I'm going to be addressing something related to wrongful incarceration, some way, somehow.
let it be for justice.
But before I get into that, let me take care of some formalities.
Let it be for
I
justice.
want to say big ups to each and everyone locked in right now. Those on TuneIn Radio on the night shift to DJ Kevin Stew. Those hailing from across the pond on One Harmony Radio. Top of the morning to you guys over there in the UK.
Let it be for justice. No matter what it costs.
Much love to those out in New Jersey on NIE Radio.
Justice. We the people.
Big up to the Island Worldwide family up there in New York.
Royalty. I wish so many.
The Foundation Radio Network, ClintonLindsay.com down here in South Florida. Much love to you.
United to stop the violence. Put the power in ourselves.
Big ups to those who are locked in out of Texas.
Week another bomb overseas.
Those on WGLRO, home of the Donnie Walker Morning Show, the People Station, taking it from the sheets to the streets. Touching all points from Detroit to Denmark and everywhere in between.
But if we fight, let it be.
Much love to those on Oliwap Radio and Dusick Media Groups.
Let it be.
Strong representation out of Texas.
Let it be for justice.
Big ups to those on PEMGTV.com.
Let it be for justice. Let it be.
Much love to those who are locked in on Zeno Radio, the Stew Pot.
No matter.
Yeah, that's the channel on Zeno FM.
Let it be for justice.
Much love to those on CR7,
For justice.
Cloud Radio 7. Much love to you.
No matter what it costs, let it be for justice. Let it be for justice.
Big ups to those that are locked in on Facebook Live.
Let it be.
Remember, don't get too comfortable because it's only a segment broadcast. A segment simulcast, I should say. But use the link that is pinned in the comment section. Come on over to kevinstew.com. And on that note, let me big up those right here at the home of the night shift to DJ Kevin Stew, kevinstew.com, where you're encouraged to have acceptance through enlightenment. Much love to you. So glad to have you. Couldn't do it without you. And you have my word, I wouldn't even try.
Put the power in ourselves, create the franchise. In the news last week, another bomb overseas. I'm so sick of these murders in the streets.
Want to say big ups to my segment sponsors. Policy Media Group. When being in a moment is priceless. Give them a call. They can take care of your videos, your photos, your streaming, your advertising, everything you see here on kevinstew.com and more. You have a church service, a wedding, a funeral, a seminar, a party, a graduation, you name it. They can hook you up with streaming services on a secure platform, whether it is theirs or yours. Give them a call, 754-999-1140. That's 754-999-1140. Or check them out at pulseemg.com. Thank you to Althea and her Healing Heavenly Hands. Althea SU is a licensed massage therapist operating out of Broward County, North Miami-Dade and South Palm Beach counties right here in Florida. She brings her tables, her Healing Heavenly Hands and over 20 years experience to your location. And of course her oils too.
We the people are.
So give her a call, set up your appointment today, 954-655-9000. That's 954-655-9000.
Put the power.
Or you can email her at thealater@att.net. That's THEALATER.
Murders in the street.
THEALATER @att.net. She only has one request outside of paying her. That you get off her table and go sleep somewhere else when she's done. Althea, I don't know when I'll stop falling asleep on your table, and I'm not trying to. I want to say thank you to Reggae Global Entertainment. Reggae Global Entertainment will act as your booking agents, handle your tour management, take care of your business registration, legal service referrals, music production, marketing and promotion, and so much more. Give them a call, 954-804-8199. That's 954-804-8199. Or you can check them out online, reggaeglobalentertainment.com. Thank you, Reggae Global. Thank you also to McNeil Trucking. McNeil Trucking are licensed and insured movers. Give them a call today, 954-406-9740 for your moving needs.
See, I wish so many of us.
With McNeil Trucking, you're in good hands.
Keep the culture, be united, stop the violence. Put the power in ourselves, create the franchise. In the news last week, another bomb overseas. I'm so sick of these murders in the streets.
Yeah, sick of these murders in the streets. Sick of these people trying to take advantage of the disenfranchised. But this is where we fight. And we fight for justice. Hey cuz, how you doing? Hi Josie. Inviting you to call a friend, tell a friend, friends of your friends, friends of your enemies, enemies of your friends, and your enemies too, because this information is good for everyone. If you're on Facebook Live, go ahead and share it with somebody. Hey Josie, go ahead and share this with the Rodney Reed camp, please. Let them know really and truly they should go to kevinstew.com, because Facebook Live is only giving a segment. China Nicole in the background, track called Let It Be For Justice. And one man that I know who has been fighting for justice for a long time. But I don't know how he does it, but he does it every time. And some people are saying, this guy is a loon. Well, I guess if you're friends with him, you can call him that. But if you're not friends with him, then you have no place. You keep your opinions to yourself. But I want to invite. Yep. Thank you, Josie. Much love. Truly appreciate of it. So, without further ado, I bring to you a man who is no stranger to this broadcast. He just keeps butting in, and I don't think he can help it. Mr. Botinsky himself.
Oh, I guess
David
that's as good
Fisher.
as way as any to end the year.
Butting in once more. Ladies and gentlemen, David Fisher.
Thank you for that introduction, Kevin.
Anytime,
but
anytime.
but in truth, I do butt in.
You do.
Everybody knows it. It's expected, and so I don't disappoint.
And right, you aim to please, and that you do. Um, yeah, Josie. I got a message from her earlier. I'm looking forward to seeing her pop in anytime now. Actually, she'll more than likely pop in on kevinstew.com. So she'll be here on the website. So yeah, I'll jump into the stew pot on kevinstew.com. For you wondering what the stew pot is, it's what everybody else calls a chat room. But because we're fancy on kevinstew.com, we call it the stew pot. It's where we keep things interactive and bubbling. So jump on and you don't need to register. You don't need to offer your firstborn. You don't need to give up an organ. Nothing like that. You just go to kevinstew.com and boom, you're in. And you're communicating with us live and in living color. Okay? Cool. David,
And
how...
we also are
Uh-huh.
responsible for giving, Lisa O'Brien something to podcast about. For without us, where would she be and what would she do?
um, Good night, Lisa O'Brien, wherever you are. Wow.
Well, I
Um,
have to hand it to her. I read her comment on the last program, and granted, she knows cartoons better than I do, which is not surprising.
oh my goodness. I saw the comment and I was like, my goodness, how long has it been since we had this discussion? And normally she would chime in and put in her little bit, but it took her a while, but she got around to it. Lisa, I'm fine with it. Go ahead, share your opinions. Like what we sit on, everybody has one. So go ahead and share yours. But please, when you share your information, put some documentation with it. Come with
Yeah,
some actual proof. Please.
give us something to hash about.
Yeah.
Not just your opinion. I mean, we're trying to talk about the real world and what's going on in the real world
Yes.
and the laws of this state and how they're being used to violate, the rights of the citizens of this state.
Right.
And so, I mean, if you have anything constructive, we're, very happy to hear it. And of one thing that you can say about me is I don't mind criticism. Never have.
This is true.
Even if it's, off base, it still gives me some way to understand the person who's criticizing me. And every now and then, and sometimes more often than not, I learn something, and I'm always about learning.
Right. Well,
And tonight, we hope to educate a few other people.
yeah, there is quite a bit of information that we're trying to pack into our little segment tonight. So I won't even hesitate to get started. Let's
So
talk about
let's
that information first off.
yeah let's start with what happened last Friday. Last Friday, the Innocence Project filed a new appeal for Rodney
Yes.
Reed. Now, I haven't seen it yet. I talked to the clerk. They're waiting for all of the state's attorneys to acknowledge they've received a copy of the filing before they release it. And so they're expecting that they should have that done tomorrow. And
Okay.
so I'll receive a copy. But apparently KXAN has been either gotten a copy or privy to it from the defense. I'm not sure how. But, so, I mean, that doesn't concern me. I'm curious about what they posted. And they're saying that the state withheld evidence. Well, surprise, surprise. How long have you been saying that, Kevin?
Well, let's see
It's
now.
like,
Back in November of 2019 was when I first brought you on to talk about anything on this broadcast. And you started saying it back then.
yeah, the state has never given up everything. But what surprised me, in their article, they referenced an individual by the name of Jose Coronado, and that that they withheld information that he was aware that Rodney and Stacy knew each other or were dating or whatever, and that simply is not true. Now they did quote him as saying that it wasn't true. He never said such a thing.
Right.
What Jose Coronado actually testified in the Rodney Reed case back in '98. And what he testified to was that he saw Stacy and David Lawhon together in the Walmart parking lot in the summer of '95. And that he talked to Lawhon and Stacy both about that. And they both acknowledged that they were dating each other. Now, that's a problem for Jimmy Fennell. Because Jimmy Fennell said that he and Stacy had been dating since he met her at the Smithville Jamboree, and it became a regular thing when she moved to Bastrop. But Jose Coronado is saying, yeah, no. That the person she was dating when she moved to Bastrop was David Lawhon. Now, a lot of the listeners don't know who David Lawhon is. David Lawhon was charged with murdering the second woman who showed up dead in Bastrop about 10 days after Stacy. And he was the original suspect in the murder of Stacy Stites. And what I'm seeing here is the Innocence Project is now diverting their attention to David Lawhon as the suspect in the murder of Stacy Stites.
You're saying that is what it appears to be.
That's yes.
To you.
And that would be supported by much of the documents that I gave them, the Innocence Project, over the last year. Now, these documents implicate David Lawhon in Stacy's murder. But David Lawhon is like Rodney Reed. He did not kill her. The state's original target for framing someone was David Lawhon first. And the reason that they were going after Lawhon is Lawhon had been dating Marianne Alt, who was in a common law marriage relationship with the second murder victim, and had been for 10 years. Now, the interesting twist of that is Marianne Alt's common law husband was 10 years older than she was when it started. And Marianne Alt
that's the relationship between Marianne Alt and David Lawhon.
And her common law husband, right. And David Lawhon, the suspect, was 10 years younger than Marianne Alt when that relationship started. And see, there comes the twist. David Lawhon was 13 years old when the relationship between him and Marianne Alt started. She was 23. He was 13. And this is from people here in town that knew them, went to school with them. She was his, sugar mama. She was buying him expensive clothes since he was in junior high. And after her murder, like Rodney, dating somebody he shouldn't have, law enforcement had a problem with that. And so Lawhon got tagged.
Whether it be law enforcement or someone with influence.
Right. Oh, yeah, there was little doubt. And it was clear from the crime scene video, if you watch it all the way through and you have all the records, you see that they had to know that the clothes on Stacy's body were not hers. That she was dressed in Marianne Alt's clothes that were collected after she and Lawhon had sex. So based on all of the records and all of the anomalies within the case, one issue comes back every time, that the DNA that they have been using, that the state has been using for 24 years as being between Rodney and Stacy, is not between Rodney and Stacy. It has to be the DNA from Lawhon and Marianne Alt. Has to be.
There's a question posted here on Facebook Live. Who was Marianne Alt's common law husband?
His name was Jimmy Hobbs.
Hobbs?
Yes.
Okay. So.
And he had ties to law enforcement.
Gotcha. I was about to ask that question.
He also had a sizable estate. He had money.
Got you. Okay,
so what I can tell is it looks like law enforcement saw an opportunity to basically kill two birds with one stone. They got two women who were cheating on their common law husband or fiance, and pinned the murders on one guy.
Initially, that was the plan.
That was the plan, and that's where they went. Now, there's tons of evidence to this effect. And in case the listeners are not aware, after the evidentiary hearing in July of this year,
yes,
that Lisa Tanner, who prosecuted Reed, and who's been fighting his appeals for these 20+4 years, was released from the AG's office. She was terminated around September 1st.
That's
a
interesting.
little over 30 days after the hearing. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
That's interesting because I remember she had said that she is resigning because of...
Well, she didn't say she's resigning. She just said
leaving.
That the AG's office is in the rearview mirror. I mean,
well, true. There's a comment here. The medical mental condition that Lisa Tanner claimed to have upon her removal is MS.
Well, yeah, but I don't know where that's coming from because I have not seen that anywhere.
Well, apparently the Innocence Project has it posted on their website.
Well, I'm sorry, but my trust of the Innocence Project is, not much. And you see, that's normally not. I have a younger sister who's been diagnosed with MS.
Yes.
And I had an uncle who had MS for years and years, and it never, took medication, never affected his life. Through his death, and he lived to be quite old.
Right.
So now MS, some people it attacks them and it's very quick. But I'm only going what an attorney told me
Mm.
what Tanner told him the reason she left the AG's office. And they know each other. And she told him that she couldn't work with a corrupt attorney general like Ken Paxton. And I laughed. I mean, I laughed right then and there. And I thought that was funny because, boy, talking about the pot calling the kettle black.
Right.
I mean, seriously, our attorney general is not a person of integrity. But up against Lisa Tanner, I mean, he's Muhammad Gandhi. I mean, he's a saint compared to this woman.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, he stole another attorney's, $1,000 platinum pin his wife gave him for their anniversary with no problems. And yeah, he embezzled money from investors. But to this day, I don't think he's ever deliberately tried to get somebody executed or get somebody executed. Or sentenced to life in prison or sentenced to death. I've never seen anything like that from our attorney general.
Right.
But I've seen it with Tanner. So what's interesting about all of this is right after that hearing, I sent documents to the Innocence Project attorneys for Reed pointing out that Tanner suborned perjury at that hearing.
And which documents were these?
These had to do with the two witnesses she brought in, the two medical examiners.
Right.
One was Susanna Dana, and the other was Norma Farley. Now, Susanna Dana was at one time, well, several times, was a Travis County deputy medical examiner.
Right.
At least that's what the title she was using. We'll go into that and show why that now is absolutely in question. But she was in Travis County doing autopsies. But when she came in early 92, she was immediately put under a contract whereby she would perform the autopsies for the 42 to 50 surrounding JP counties as a private physician for profit. Now, this is unconstitutional in Texas. It is illegal as sin. And she did that. And the way Travis County, the Commissioner's Court and county judge had it set up, is the JP counties did not know that they were dealing with a private physician for profit doing their autopsies, because she wrote the autopsy reports on Travis County Medical Examiner's official letterhead. She used the title of Travis County Deputy Medical Examiner. The Travis County Medical Examiner's office billed the Justice of the Peace County for the autopsy. And when the Justice of the Peace Counties paid the autopsy bill,
Yes.
the Travis County auditor would then cut her a check for the $300 under the contract.
Now,
This is one of the most horrific criminal frauds ever perpetrated on the criminal justice system.
Now, the Texas Constitution, which for those who are listening in other parts of the country, other parts of the United States, Texas Constitution, well, Texas tends to do a lot of things differently. But Texas Constitution speaks to payment of extra compensation or unauthorized claims.
Yes. When on county officers, when you are paid a salary, you may not be paid any additional compensation over the county. If you make any money, for the work you do as that official, salaried official, that money goes into the coffers of the general fund of the county. And the Constitution of Texas that addresses this issue, that forbids it, is Article 3, Section 53. And it says that The legislature shall have no power to grant or authorize any county or municipal authority to grant extra compensation, comma, fee or allowance to a public officer, comma, agent, comma, servant, comma, or contractor, comma, after the services have been rendered or a contract has been entered into and the performance in whole or part, nor pay any authorize nor authorize the payment of any claim created against the county or municipality of the state under an agreement or contract made without authority of law. In other words, when you are contracted or you are employed by a county or a municipality, the terms of that contract are your compensation, and the county and municipality and legislature cannot authorize you to be paid additional monies for services that your contract covers. So when a deputy medical examiner like Susanna Dana joins the Travis County Medical Examiner's office, she is set a salary because the medical examiner statute requires the medical examiner, deputies, and employees to be paid by salary.
Right.
And so if Susanna Dana does an autopsy for a JP County, any monies that would come from that autopsy go into the treasury of the county and may not, under our Constitution, any part of it be given to Susanna Dana because her salary covers every official act she does for the county. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Her salary covers all of that. So there is no time for her to do anything extra to earn money for the county.
So, based on the conversations we've had since November 2019, Susanna Dana isn't the only one who has done this.
No.
Initially, the focus had been on Bayardo doing this. Roberto Bayardo.
Right. And see, as we talked the last time, I just recently obtained the contract from 78 of Bayardo. And right now I'm putting together an email that goes out to the district attorney of Bastrop County and all of the Innocence Project attorneys to alert them that Travis County never appointed Bayardo medical examiner.
Okay, so I have a PDF document here. Commissioner's Court of Travis County, Texas, minutes of special session. This is the document that shows where Bayardo was appointed, isn't it?
Well, this is the first one is dated June 30th, 78.
Right.
Okay, now June 30th is a key date. The first medical examiner that Travis County appointed, or so they appointed. I haven't pulled the contract. I'm afraid to see it. But the first medical examiner was here only for a year, and he resigned effective June 30th, 1978.
Right.
Now, under the rulings of the Texas Supreme Court, a county commissioner can only appoint an officer when a vacancy actually exists. So on June 30th would be the first day that the Commissioner's Court could appoint a new medical examiner like Bayardo. But they didn't. Now, item 1 of their agenda that you have pulled up there says appointment of medical examiner.
Right.
Well, captions don't tell the truth. This is maybe what they intend to do, but it may not be what they actually did. And what they did, and I must say too, for anybody who's a fan of comedians and Texas folklore, the commissioner who starts this off is Travis County Commissioner Richards. That doesn't mean anything to anybody.
Right.
This is Ann Richards, who went on to become governor of Texas, and
Okay.
a thorn in the side of George Bush.
Okay.
She is the governor who was former governor at the time, who had the keynote address at the Democratic convention in 2001 when George Bush was running for president, and gave that infamous speech and forever quoted, "Poor George Bush, he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth."
Mm.
That's the Ann Richards that got this thing rolling. And what she does is she recommends that Dr. Bayardo be hired as permanent medical examiner for Travis County effective August 1st, 78.
Okay.
They go on and talk about the contracts and his pay and him being granted a monies to hire somebody to do autopsies on weekends and holidays or when he's on vacation, and that he be allowed to pocket the first $200 for autopsies done for the JP counties. All of this is unconstitutional. All of it's illegal. And they never got around to appointing him. Nobody said, "I move that we appoint Bayardo chief medical examiner. Do I have a second?" We second it. All right. Can we vote? All those in favor of appointing Bayardo chief medical examiner say aye. None of that ever happened.
So it says here, though, motion carried with the following vote: 4 ayes, no noes, 0 noes.
Right.
Motion by Commissioner Richards that the meeting be adjourned. Motion seconded by Commissioner Samuelson. Motion carried with the following vote.
Yeah, but let's read just the paragraph above where the vote took place.
Yeah, I'm seeing that.
Commissioner Richards restated to the press that the county is proposing to appoint Bayardo as permanent medical examiner beginning July 1st, 78. From July 1st, 78 to August 1st. His appointment and his pay would be under the temporary conditions described above, and that he will receive 1 month's salary as medical examiner of $2,000, a car allowance of $300, and the monies necessary to cover other pathologists at $4,600, and for the total of $6,900, $6,900 beginning August 1st, 78,
right,
would be the permanent contractual arrangement if Bayardo chooses to sign the contract under the conditions described by the Commissioner's Court by Commissioner Hans. Motion carried on the following. What the hell are they voting on?
And this is the minutes, correct?
These are the minutes.
So it would basically be a record of everything that is happening in that meeting.
You got to go back to the beginning. It says that Commissioner Richards restated to the press that the court is proposing to appoint Bayardo as permanent medical examiner, and you get down to the bottom, if Bayardo chooses to sign the contract under the conditions prescribed by Commissioners Hunt. So they're voting to authorize the contract, and that if he chooses to accept it, they will appoint him. They didn't, because an appointment has to have a second. And do you see anybody seconding anything here?
Yeah, I don't see where it was raised. I don't see where it was moved. I don't see any of that. Someone here in the stew pot is saying, "Oh, this is boring. Fisher is just making stuff up when it comes to the autopsy personnel. This is dumb. Blah, 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 1978, blah, 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 Bayardo, blah, blah, blah." That's what the comment says. And in the stew pot on kevinstew.com. Thank you for joining 223.
Well, that's kind of like being enthralled by watching a worm crawl around on a Peachtree dish. I mean, seriously? So this is your opinion, and yet you are just enthralled with listening to this blah blah blah.
This blah blah blah.
To comment. I mean, seriously, you have a dog to hunt here, and you can't walk away from it. But then you've got to show your mental acuity by posting that post. What I'm telling you is, and I'm telling you how, I mean, you have the ability to obtain this yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And it won't cost you any money. Is all you have to do is send an email to the Travis County clerk. And in that email, simply state that by receipt of this email, I am requesting under the Texas Open Records Act the copy of Travis County Medical Examiner Bayardo's 1978 contract and the Commissioner's Court minutes of appointing him. And they will give you all of this. They'll send you an email probably within 3 days containing these documents. And then you can read them for yourself. I know it's difficult to focus and actually take some steps to see for yourself what you think is blah, blah, blah.
Right.
Now, in first grade and kindergarten, I mean, you talk to the kids and they will say blah, blah, blah. But when you become an adult, it's necessary to take the initiative to enlighten yourself. And if you don't, you know what? You got the internet, you got Facebook, you got Twitter. All of these things will occupy your mind, but you won't grow any. You won't be relevant in the world. And that appears to be what's going on here, because with that comment, it's not relevant. I don't mind taking my time to address it, because hopefully you might take the initiative and you might learn something. On the other hand, you may know all you need to know, and, well, you're not going to enlighten us any, but, you know, for comedic relief, yeah, it was okay.
So
intermission's over.
Yeah, someone
hand.
responded to them saying it has to do with the validity of Roberto Bayardo's employment.
It has to do not just the validity of his appointment.
This is interesting.
His authority.
There's an interesting discussion going on here in the stew pot, because the response to that is that it is water under the bridge. First, you say the judge is illegitimate. Now, Bayardo. What is happening here is some proof of the individual who is being used to present a case that is putting someone on death row. So if
what this is,
there's no validity to the individual who is putting their 2 cents in, then how is this person on death row based on that? How can you sentence them if you are not valid to do that?
If you don't have the authority.
Yeah.
See, you have to have the authority. You see, in Texas, medical examiners are judges too. Their duties are all judicial, and the courts have ruled on this. The duty of a medical examiner in Texas is not to perform an autopsy. The duty of a medical examiner is to conduct a judicial inquest. This is where the medical examiner impanels a jury or holds a bench trial, and he subpoenas the witnesses, and he questions them, be they law enforcement, be they people who have particular knowledge of the murder of Stacy Stites, be it the crime lab. He brings them before the court and forces them to testify under oath. And then he determines if there's enough evidence to indict the defendant. And if you don't do that, then if you order an autopsy, it's done without legal authority, and it may not be used in a criminal court of law against a defendant. Bayardo, because he's never appointed medical examiner, cannot conduct an inquest, cannot don the robes, and all his authority is void. He is no more than a drunk on the street when it comes to adjudicating how Stacy died or anything else. And now Texas has a history of ignoring its own statutes, constitution, and authorities. They just do what they want. In the old days, we used to call it Law West of the Pecos by Judge Roy Bean.
Mm.
He was a guy that just went out to West Texas, established a little town, and appointed himself the judge. The judge, the prosecutor, the defense attorney, and the executioner all rolled into one.
Mm.
And that's how he conducted, judicial business.
Let me ask you this, Fish.
Sure.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
I was on a rant.
Yeah. With Bayardo. So his appointment was a mere mention of a mere proposal. Nothing motioned, nothing voted on really. It's just a mention of a proposal, and an appointment then hereby is now in existence. And this appointment was for the course of a year?
Well, actually, this was just kind of a, what it shows is you had a commissioner's court that didn't know what they were doing, and so they're fumbling around with this. They're trying to figure out a contract. It's clear that none of them read the statute.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have a county attorney involved in this. See, there's no county attorney, and the county attorney in this type of a deal would be necessary because none of these guys read the contract or, read the statute or knew what they were doing. They were like four blind mice stumbling, through a statutory appointment. And so the only thing they did was deal with the monies. That his salary would be this much, that he'd have this much that he could use to pay a pathologist to do autopsies when he, for weekends, when he didn't want to work, or if he went on vacation, or he was sick. Problem is, the statute does not allow this. A medical examiner can't just bring in a pathologist to do an autopsy, because under the statute, only a judge can do an autopsy in a medical examiner county, and the deputy medical examiners are judges too. So if you have a setup where you need somebody 7 days a week, 365 days a year, then you have to appoint a deputy.
Hold up. You just said something. So the ME is a judge, the deputy medical examiners are judges, which also means that they are required to take oaths of office?
Correct.
Were there any records of them doing so?
No. See, and that's one of the things. After we did our last show, I filed the records request for Bayardo's oaths, and they responded back last week, no oaths. Never took the oath. So now we have an Attorney General opinion from 1965, and it deals with a medical examiner county that was required by law to form a medical examiner's office. And that county was Fort Worth, Tarrant County.
All right.
And the Attorney General ruled that until Tarrant County established the Office of Medical Examiner, that means fund it, appoints the medical examiner, which was what Travis County was allegedly trying to do here, and qualifies the medical examiner, which is the language used for the oath of office, that the Justice of the Peace would not surrender the authority to conduct inquest or order autopsies to the medical examiner. And that holds true for Travis County, too. Until Travis County established the Office of Medical Examiner, which they had done previously for the first medical examiner. They set up the facilities where he did the autopsies in the basement of the county hospital. He had a secretary and staff. And now all they had to do was appoint the medical examiner and have him take the oath in order to have a new medical examiner. And they couldn't do it. And this ruling is from 65, 13 years earlier than what they're doing now. So this procedure was well established. Except the Commissioner's Court didn't seek the advice of a county attorney. And of course, if you've ever been to Austin back at that time, yeah, well, it was a pretty odd town. It's still a pretty odd town. But it was just laid back, you know, sleepy town with a university. Nobody cared. You know, nobody read anything. They just thought that, oh, it's all we got to do is do this. And there was no check or balance or anything. And they have left the taxpayers of Austin with a 30-year legacy that's going to bankrupt this city and this county as this unfolds. And there's nothing that can stop this, because this has already started in the other counties. There is a political corruption investigation of that Fort Worth County that this opinion was issued to, because guess what Fort Worth did? Did they follow the Attorney General's opinion and ruling? Nope. They went and hired a contract vendor to perform the autopsies just as a physician.
Mm-hmm.
And then that guy died in office in 78. But before he died, he hired a student at one of the universities to do autopsies on the weekends for him. Well, that university student was not a U.S. citizen. He was a Pakistani national in the country on a student visa. And when this guy dies in office, the Tarrant County Commissioner's Court vote to name him interim medical examiner, a foreign national in the country on a student visa that forbids him from working or being a judicial officer.
Well, you have to be a citizen to be a judicial officer, don't you?
You have to. And you can't be in the country on a student visa and work, much less hold a judicial position.
Right.
And so when they appoint him medical examiner, now, just here several months ago, I received these records from the Tarrant County District Attorney's Office. And I'm telling you, it shocked me. Because in these records, you have the news article where they're quoting this guy saying, oh, I'm going to stop my residency program to act as the interim medical examiner. And in 3 to 5 years, I'm going to seek citizenship. The
actual document.
Yeah, this is what he's saying in the news article from 1978 that the district attorney's office in Tarrant County had in their files that nobody's ever seen until I got it a couple of months ago. And it shocked me.
You know, some people might wonder, wait, what does this have to do with the Rodney Reed conviction? and Stacey Stites' murder.
It's the same thing. This is a medical examiner, this case, who's not a U.S. citizen, who can't take the oath of office, who can't do any judicial proceeding, and a medical examiner's duties are all judicial. This is the guy that did the autopsies on the Branch Davidian shootout in Waco, Texas, where 80 some odd men, women, and children died.
Right.
And nobody knew that he was not a U.S. citizen, that all of these autopsies are illegal, that whole thing is going to come back to life with a vengeance now because everything that was done illegally. The death certificates are invalid. The insurance claims are illegal. Everything. And not just for the Branch Davidians, but every autopsy done in Tarrant County and all the counties to the west, to Lubbock, down to Ector County in the oil fields, down back across to San Angelo, and back to Tarrant County. Virtually 20% of the state's autopsies for 42 years just went up in flames. Convictions, executions, everything.
Mm.
This is like a judge who was never appointed or elected, just walking in and taking over a court and adjudicating people's lives, civil and criminal cases, for 42 years with no authority. I mean, in the United States, we're supposed to be a country of laws. The problem is,
apparently
Texas
those don't apply to everyone.
Yes, equally. Equal justice. And yet, Texas completely ignores its statutes, its constitution, its laws, its rights to due process in the criminal justice system, just to get things done.
So I need to interject here just for a moment, Dave. Just to point something out, Adam, and for those who are on Facebook Live reading those comments, Fisher never tried to practice law. He defended himself in a case against Big Oil, but he is a legal consultant, not an attorney, and he has never tried to practice law. There's a difference.
Yes. In fact, I've always acted as a consultant. I was a civil consultant in Houston. What I would review clients' cases, explain to them what they could expect, how long it would take in court, prospects of winning, and if they wanted to go forward, then they retained an attorney, and they appointed me case manager, and I ran the case. Now, in the beginning, the attorneys, they objected, and I just told them, just sit back and take a little ride, and I think you will find that this is actually the best way to handle this, because I will be doing all of the footwork. I will be drafting a lot of the documents and giving them to your office to file them, so it doesn't cost you your necessary time or anything. And do you know what happened after that? When those attorneys saw how it worked, they became my biggest fans. And several of them now do what I used to do. They act as a consultant.
Right.
To run the cases, to have other attorneys, be the attorney of record. They just do all the research and draft the stuff in order to fast track these cases through court. So with the cases that I would do, they would be in court in a year. Instead of 3 or 4 years. They'd be in and out. In a year and a half, they would have their judgment. It would be over, and they would win, because the other side was planning on a 4-year cycle before they ever came to trial. They weren't prepared.
Drag people through have them run up
Just
all kind of
drag
court
you
fees,
on and on and on.
attorney
And
fees, legal fees.
if you've ever been in a civil suit or a civil case, it will bleed you to death. It will ruin your life because the courts are slow. And it's not that the courts are slow. It's that the attorneys sandbag. They take more cases than they can possibly handle, and then they juggle and kick the can down the road as far as they can before they're forced to trial.
Yeah.
And very few people understand this, and they think they're going to get justice. No. You get your life dragged through the mud for 5 or 6 years. And then when you come to trial, it doesn't resemble anything that you thought your case was about.
Well, I don't see the need to really be going through and explaining to people that have never decided to.
I do have to qualify this. 3 times I have been accused of by the state bar, and 1 time by the Texas Supreme Court judges of practicing law without a license.
Mm-hmm.
And they backed down real fast.
Mm.
And one of those times was in Rodney Reed's case.
Mm-hmm.
I had an attorney accuse me of practicing without a license. The state bar held a hearing. Sandra Reed was there. I was there. And as the state bar panel convened, Sandra Reed goes, "Can I make a statement?" And the committee, the head of the bar committee says, "Oh, yeah, Miss Reed, sure." She says, "I want to thank y'all for holding this meeting because I got to meet Mr. Fisher." And she goes, "What? You've never met him?" She says, "No." And they asked me, said, "You've never met Miss Reed?" I said, "No, we've just talked on the phone." This was, how many years? It was over 5 years after I came into the case, before we ever met face to face. And it was at a state bar hearing where an attorney was accusing me of practicing without a license. And I said, "No, look, I drafted the document that they're complaining about for her to act pro se in a property matter because she had nobody else. Her attorney had withdrawn. She had to file that motion immediately. So I typed it up for her, gave it to her, and she filed it. I don't charge her anything. It was, somebody had to do it. I did it.
Mm-hmm.
They dismissed the charges instantly. And away we went.
So it's funny that you stated that, because the comment that followed was, "Ask Fisher if he's being investigated by the Texas Law Board for acting as a lawyer." That answers all your questions.
Nope.
2, 2, 3, and we can move on. We're trying to pack a lot of information.
So
in
your
here.
listeners know, I consult with attorneys.
Mm-hmm.
I do the research for them. You don't understand. People don't understand. Attorneys don't fully understand the law in virtually anything they do. This is what I learned when I was defending myself in that oil and gas matter.
Mm-hmm.
Because, one, the oil company told me right off the bat that they intended to use their wealth to bankrupt me through employment of attorneys. They were going to run up my attorney's fees into the hundreds of thousands of dollars, and they could do it. And I knew they could do it. And I told them, "Okay, then I will change the rules, and I will act as my own attorney, and you won't be able to do that." And you know what? My attorney's fees were less than $20,000 after the trial, the appeal to the appellate courts, the appeal to the Supreme Court, which I won all the way. Theirs were over $3 million. So who got the bad end of that deal?
There you go.
And they lost.
That too.
So here, I deal with attorneys. In fact, for 13 years, I provided the documents to Bryce Benjet. And the documents that the Innocence Project has now started to use are documents I gave Bryce Benjet in 2002. That's because Bryce Benjet was a civil attorney, not a criminal attorney. He didn't understand the law. And he almost got Reed executed twice. And he did get Larry Swearingen executed in 2019.
Mm.
And the judge who executed Swearingen illegally is the judge who presided over Rodney's hearing in July, J.D. Langley. And J.D. Langley, like Bayardo, has never taken the oath for any assignment to the courts since he retired as an elected judge in 2014. And he's under investigation right now by the state's chief judge of the Supreme Court, who just appointed 3 appellate attorneys from 3 different appellate courts in Texas to investigate Langley's practicing without taking the oath.
Let's talk about that for a moment.
Well, I can't go too deep into that because this isn't Reed's case. It's another case.
No, not that part about him being investigated. Let's talk about what would lead to something like an investigation and who would it fall under. Because last month in November, in that election, there was legislation that was passed. And you and I were talking about this. And apparently, where you would file for it to be investigated, when you asked about it before, they said the Court of Criminal Appeals. No, it wasn't the Court of Criminal Appeals. It was, Judicial Conduct, Commission on Judicial Conduct. Said they couldn't do anything about that because what was it? What was the wording?
Because they had no authority over judicial candidates.
Okay, so they couldn't investigate Langley at the time.
Right. You see, here's the way it works with these retired judges that have been presiding over Rodney's case since 2014.
Mm-hmm.
The elected judge recused herself. And so they appointed this guy, Doug Shaver,
okay,
who presided over Reed's case from mid-2014 to the end of 2019. Now, Doug Shaver retired as an elected judge in 1999. When judges retire from the elected circuit, they can sign the oaths and qualify to be eligible to be appointed as a retired senior judge, visiting judge. Now, because you're making yourself eligible to be appointed to a court with no guarantee that you ever will,
mm-hmm,
you are a judicial candidate for an appointment. Now, once you're appointed to preside over a case like Reed's, you remain a judicial candidate until you take the oath for the appointment. When you take the oath, you become for the first time a duly qualified judge to preside over a court case. Now, the last time the courts ruled on this was 1999, and where the appellate courts ruled with the blessing of the Supreme Court on criminal matters, that a retired visiting senior judge who does not take the oath of office for that assignment and enters the bench and conducts business,
mm-hmm,
everything he does is void and a nullity because he's not a judge. He has no authority, period, to do anything.
So
he's still a judicial candidate. Now, since the court ruled that retired senior visiting judges have to take the oath
mm-hmm,
in 1999, guess what? Welcome to Texas.
they
All
haven't.
retired visiting judges stopped taking the oath. They just refused. It's been a Mexican standoff since 1999.
So,
And nobody caught it. No defense attorneys caught it. Nobody. Until I did.
so,
Now,
all right. You
so go
have
ahead.
you have requested records for the oaths being filed,
Yes.
only to be told that there are none.
Then in the case, now, to show this, in the previous judge, Doug Shaver, who tried to execute Rodney twice,
Yes.
one in 2015 and one in 2019. In late 2014, I told Bryce that retired Judge Shaver had not taken his oaths for the assignment to Rodney's case. And he didn't see it as a problem.
When did you tell him?
Late 2014.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
See, Rodney's first, Shaver signed Rodney's first execution order in, I think, July or August of 2014. He was set to be executed July 14th or January 14th or 15th, 2015. And then he had to reissue the order in, I think it was December, and set the execution for March 5th of 2015. And so I'm bringing this to Bryce's attention that he needs to move on this issue because Shaver has no authority to sign an execution order or anything else. So Bryce is going to do nothing. So I'm going to file a complaint with the Commission on Judicial Conduct, which I did on February 20th, which is a Friday. I faxed it to the Commission. On Monday, the 23rd, the Court of Criminal Appeals halted Reed's execution, citing Dr. Bodden's affidavit on time of death that he gave to A&E TV for their February 2015 two-hour special on Reed. Well, I was the one that gave the file to A&E TV to give to Bodden. I asked them to present the time of death file to Bodden. I had established a time of death when I did the work for the newspaper in 2001. And starting in 2002, tried to get Rodney's attorney, Innocence Project attorney, Bryce Benjett, to take the file and the findings to any national renowned medical examiner, and they would tell you Stacy died in Giddings the night before and her dead body was brought to Bastrop, meaning that Rodney didn't abduct her, rape her, and murder her. Mm-hmm. He wouldn't do it. He wouldn't do it. So when A&E TV came to me in the late summer of 2014 wanting to know if I would open my files to him, I told him yes. And when we met, I asked him, why are you doing the story? Are you trying to prove Rodney's innocent, guilty, or you just don't care? I'm going to open my files to you anyway. And I said, oh, no, we want to prove he's innocent. And I said, good. Take this file to any national medical examiner you want, and they'll tell you that she died in Giddings. Well, they did, and they took it to a not very renowned medical examiner. I have that transcript, probably the only person that does. And you will, and if I release that transcript, it would not go well for Kevin Gannon. Because the three detectives on A&E TV, they're the ones that are in this transcript talking to the medical examiner. When I saw it, I freaked. And see, the producers gave it to me because he agreed with me too. And that's when I asked the producer, do you know Michael Bodden? He says, oh, yeah, we've used him before. I said, will he look at this? Yeah, we asked him. I said, ask him. He says, why Bodden? I said, because Bodden is familiar with Bayardo and his incompetency, especially setting time of death, which is so critical in the Reed case. That's how Michael Bodden came into this. And so when Michael Bodden looked at it and said, yeah, she died in Giddings the night before and her dead body was brought, I then told the producer to tell Kevin Gannon to take Bodden's affidavit and shove it up Bryce Benjett's butt. And that was in late 2014. Now, I knew that nothing A&E TV did would stop Reed's execution. And that's why I filed a complaint on Shaver. Now, the Court of Criminal Appeals claimed that they stopped the execution because of his affidavit. No, they didn't. Under Texas law, if the commission instigates a investigation of a retired judge's actions,
Yes.
all their orders are stayed pending the investigation. On Tuesday, February 24th, I received the letter from the Commission on Judicial Conduct that they launched 2 investigations, one against Shaver and one against the presiding judge who appointed him. That's what stopped Reed's execution.
Mm.
Now, along with those documents is a fact issue page. I think I provided it to you. In that page, it lists all the judges the Commission on Judicial Conduct has authority over. And it has authority over retired judges, senior judges, who consent to sit by assignment. But they don't have authority over judicial candidates.
Right.
Well, a judge who consents to sit by assignment takes the oath. A judge who doesn't consent is a judge who doesn't take the oath, and they're still a candidate seeking the appointment.
That part right there.
That's the tripwire. So they could take no action against Shaver, and they left him on the bench, knowing that he hadn't taken the oath.
So
And,
let's fast forward
in-
now.
Flash forward, summer of 2019, July. Doug Shaver signs another execution order for Rodney. Now, the state and Shaver knows that I'm watching him. And I'm prepared. So they try something different. Knowing that I will take some action, they tried to pull a fast one. Shaver signed the execution order, and then within a week or two, notifies the chief judge of the Texas Supreme Court that he's getting old and he's afraid he's going to make a major mistake on a major case, even though he's still in excess health and asked to be removed from the approved list of judges to be assigned. He's removing his name as a candidate. Now, when you take your name out of the hopper to be a judge because you're concerned about your mental competency, any order you've signed is void. They were going to let Reed get executed on a void order, and then when the supporters of Reed raised the stink, the judge would just hide behind his letter. I told everybody that I believed I was incompetent. Well, I was. And it's the Innocence Project's fault for not,
Presenting that
attention.
case. Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
So what I did is I pulled. When I saw his name disappeared from the approved list
Yes.
for judges, I knew what they were doing, and I immediately filed a judicial Rule 12 request for his resignation retirement letter, obtained it, and gave it to KXAN TV, who published it, did a story, and that was the end of Shaver and his execution order.
So
now, at the same time that's going on, J.D. Langley, in a county north of Houston, is signing an execution order on a death row inmate, Larry Swearingen.
Right.
And the attorneys representing Larry Swearingen don't file anything to stop that illegal order because J.D. Langley didn't take the oath either. And so Larry Swearingen was executed on that void illegal order.
So,
and then immediately J.D. Langley is assigned to Rodney's case. Surprise, surprise.
Because the same thing is expected. Sign an
Yes,
execution
that's
order.
right. He's an executioner.
So this legislation that was passed in November of this year.
Well, actually, what happened is I raised a stink with the legislature about what Langley did.
Mm-hmm.
And so they put an amendment before the voters to the Texas Constitution on November 2nd. Now, understanding what this amendment to the Constitution does is it grants authority to the Commission on Judicial Conduct for the first time ever over judicial candidates, like retired judges who refuse to take the oath.
Mm-hmm.
So now they can cite and remove and charge these judges. So what does Langley do? He immediately rules against Reed on November 1st. Before he falls under the statute.
Mm.
Welcome to Texas and our wonderful judicial system and judiciary.
He does a ruling just in case this amendment gets passed.
Yeah, just in case
it gets passed.
I slip under the statute.
So now that it has been passed.
Yes, it was passed. That's right.
What happens now?
Well, the district court judges didn't understand this amendment.
Mm-hmm.
They looked at judicial candidates as those defense attorneys who were going to run against them, for their judgeship at the next election.
Right.
So they're happy about them being able to file a complaint with the commission on these judicial candidates that are running against them, not realizing what it was really aimed at. Well, once they found out, they tried to tamper with the constitutional language. I caught them 2 weeks ago adding a word to the amendment that wasn't in the proposition.
I was looking for the proposition. I didn't find it.
Well, the proposition that was on the ballot was real simple.
Mm-hmm.
Grant the Commission on Judicial Conduct authority over judicial candidates, period.
That is the wording that was on the ballot.
That's what the proposition read on the ballot. Straightforward. Commission on Judicial Conduct has authority over all judicial candidates if the proposition passes. Carte blanche authority.
Okay.
And then when they actually put the amendment to the Constitution, they added the word may, M-A-Y. Now it says the Commission on Judicial Conduct may investigate judicial candidates, or they may not. You can't do that. The voters gave the authority, the mandatory authority. If they file a complaint against a judicial candidate, that it be investigated. And somebody slipped in the word may, which is discretionary, which means they don't have to. They can say, if you file against a Democratic judicial candidate, the Republican Commission on Judicial Conduct, as it is right now, structured by Republicans, they would go after that Democrat, hang his butt. But if somebody filed a complaint against a Republican judicial candidate, we don't think there's any problem there, because we're all Republicans on the commission. You see the problem?
Yeah.
Is that the kind of constitution you want?
Definitely not.
So I brought it to the attention of the House Constitutional Committee, and they saw what I saw, that this was a bait and switch.
Right.
And now they're investigating to see how that word got added to the ballot. See, so somebody has got to watch, and that's what I do. And somebody's got to butt in, and that's where I come in.
Right, Mr. Butinsky himself.
You got it. And
now,
so I've raised this stink that is now being investigated.
And and rightly so. Rightly so.
Yeah.
Because a lot of us, I guess, lay people would miss something like that. The average person, it's a simple 3-letter word being slipped in. May.
Yeah, one word changes everything.
So what does this mean for Rodney? Just to tie it back.
Well, because I've raised the issue, if Langley tries to proceed forward,
Mm-hmm.
I'll go after him. And I may go after him anyway to strike his denial of Reed's, new trial, because he legally had no authority to be on the bench and conduct the hearing back in July.
Okay.
Now, but we've got a new, rock in the mix. We've got what appears to be, for the first time, the Innocence Project realizing, wait a minute, we have enough evidence here that give us strong reason to believe that the DNA they've been using as Rodney's isn't his.
Which evidence is that?
Well, it's stuff that I gave them. One is, in these records that I received from the state in January of this year, is a letter, handwritten letter from the DNA expert that tested all the DNA in the case, Will Young.
Mm-hmm.
And in the letter, he's talking about the DNA results he got off the beer cans back in 1998,
Right.
towards the end of the trial.
I've shown that letter in a previous broadcast.
Right. And what he's saying is that he's telling his boss, oh, crap, I got these results. You need to get over here and look at them.
Right.
In essence, he's saying, oh, my God, the state has a problem now in prosecuting Reed. And he tells her that, she needs to make whatever changes she needs to make and then fax the results to Lisa Tanner at the trial. And he gives his boss the fax number of Charles Pinnock, the district attorney who's prosecuting Reed in Bastrop. And Pinnock's office is directly across the hall from the courtroom where they're prosecuting Reed. And he tells his boss she needs to do this no later than 9 a.m. the next day, which is the last day of trial, when Reed's defense DNA expert's going to be on the stand. Then he tells her what his computer access code is and where his computer is in the lab. So she can go to his computer and change the results in his computer, which makes it almost impossible to catch. So how do we know that she did change the results?
Yes.
Because in her faxed letter, cover sheet, to Lisa Tanner and Mitzi Wolf, in Pinnock's office, on the last day of trial, in the memo box, she handwrites, Will Young isn't in today, so I'm signing his name to the lab report, which makes it hearsay. Because Will Young did the test. He's the only person that can sign it.
Right.
Which tells us that Lisa Tanner didn't give it to the defense because they would have seen that it's not his signature and would have raised a stink to the judge.
Speaking of Lisa Tanner, once again.
Sure. Is she listening online?
I don't know. If she is,
damn.
she is keeping silent. And I don't know if the other Lisa is listening in. I don't know. But you have requested records before. Have been told that it is not where you're requesting it from, but the DA's office, Lisa Tanner's office.
Yeah.
Lisa Tanner, Mitzi Wolf has picked them up.
Yeah, this is the story that KXAN did last Friday.
Right.
And if you do your Google or Bing News search under Rodney Reed, you'll pull up an article from KView, the ABC station, and KXAN. The story of KXAN has the details. And they state that the attorneys for Rodney are alleging that the state withheld evidence from them, additional evidence, of Rodney's affair with Stacy. And then they cite Jose Coronado as one of those statements that were withheld. And they quote Jose Coronado saying, I didn't say that Stacy and Rodney were having an affair. Nobody told me. But you see, I had requested Jose Coronado's statement back in October 2001. And what the DPS that the Texas Rangers are part of, that holds the Rangers records,
Yes.
told me that the originals were given to Lisa Tanner, and no copies were left with the DPS. Now, that's illegal, because Lisa Tanner is prosecuting Reed not as an assistant attorney general, but as an assistant attorney general appointed to the Bastrop County District Attorney's Office. So she's doing it as an assistant Bastrop District Attorney. She has no authority to take any records out of Bastrop to her office in Austin at the AG's office and hide them from the defense. Now, this, when I got this letter, word got back to Lisa Tanner, and she immediately filed an exception with the records clerk of the AG's office, claiming that if they released Jose Coronado's statement to me, it would interfere with her ability to prosecute Reed's appeal. Really? Well, don't you think if there's evidence in this report that would help Reed prove his innocence, that's relevant to the defense?
Right.
So they didn't release it.
I was looking for that response. I know you had sent it to me.
Yeah, it's part of that. You have Jose Coronado's statement.
Yes.
And then right next to it is an AG opinion. And you got to go to page 2 of that opinion, page 3. And it's in the last three sentences on that second paragraph, if I remember correctly. I can pull it up here pretty quick.
Just found it. Let me
Yeah, go to page 3.
Here. Right, so that people can read it. And it's the paragraph that starts on September 6, 2001.
Right, and it's the last
Right.
2-3 sentences in the bottom of that paragraph.
It goes on to say, as with the case with our original request for decision regarding these cases, Assistant Attorney General Lisa Tanner in the Capital Litigation Division has advised the department that her office is currently involved in opposing an appeal by Mr. Rodney Reed of his conviction and death penalty sentence in a separate but related case. Ms. Tanner has advised that the release of the information requested by Mr. Fisher may interfere with her ability to prosecute this appeal. Consequently, the department believes that as with the previously filed request for, it's on another page, request for a decision, the enclosed information is accepted from disclosure under 552.108 Government Code.
Yeah. That's the law enforcement exception, if it'll interfere with the investigation, detection, and prosecution of a crime. Now, that opinion and my request is in October 2001. I think that AG opinion is December 2001.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I had about 4 records requests for that period of time. She was sealing all of them. Now, here we are 20 years later.
Mm-hmm.
Almost exactly 20 years later. What's the date of that? Go to the top, that first page. What is the date of that opinion? December what? 2001?
The first page?
Yeah, the very first page has the date that opinion was issued.
No, that one was October.
That's my request.
Your request was October. They responded October 23.
That's when she requested the opinion. I think I could be wrong because there's so many of them.
Yeah, that was October 23.
Anyway, it's a little over 20 years ago. And what is the Innocence Project just raising last Friday? Jose Coronado's statement. That they never got it.
Mm.
You see, the Attorney General's office cannot seal a record under the law enforcement exception if it's been released to the opposing party, the defense.
Right.
So by filing this exception, they're acknowledging that they never gave it to the defense. And finally, the defense is getting around to raising it as a question, as an issue.
And I guess the related case, the other case that they're referring to is
David Lawhon.
Marian Alt.
Marian Alt, that's right. Because David Lawhon testified in Rodney's trial. And he testified that he saw Stacy and David Lawhon together in the Walmart parking lot one evening.
That's Jose Coronado.
That's
testified.
Jose Coronado.
Right.
In
You said David.
1995. And he testified under oath that both David Lawhon and Stacy both told him individually that they were dating each other, which contradicts what Fennell has said.
Mm-hmm.
But Jose Coronado gave that statement in reference to Lawhon being the suspect in the murder of Stacy Stites in May of 1996.
Okay, I have that
Trial
transcript.
testimony?
Yes.
Right, yeah, I gave that to you. There, so, you have that. And boy, you have Lisa Tanner trying every way in the world to stop Jose from testifying that Stacy and Lawhon both told him that they were dating each other after he saw them together.
Okay, so let me put this up on the screen real quick. This is Calvin Garvey speaking on examination speaking with Lawhon. Let me see. Yeah, David
He's
Lawhon.
talking to Jose Coronado about Lawhon.
To Coronado.
Yes.
Did you ever have an occasion to talk to Stacey Stites about David Lawhon? And Lisa Tanner objects as to that necessarily calls for a hearsay answer, and the state is unable to cross-examine anyone as to the credibility of it. And Calvin
And so they go
Garvey
back and forth,
yeah.
until Garvey gets around it, and the judge overrules Tanner, and then the bottom falls out.
Yeah.
And then he starts testifying that, yes, Stacy, he talked to Stacy.
Did you tell her about seeing her with David Lawhon? Yes, I did.
Right.
And did she admit that was her? She couldn't recall the day it was, but she did indicate that she had dated Lawhon. And that they had dated, answer, yes. And at the time that she admitted that to you, you were working together, answer, yes.
See, now this is in HEB in 96, because he didn't know, Stacy in 95 when he saw them together. And so when he's working with her at HEB, he recognizes her, and he asked her if that was her that he saw with Lawhon.
Right.
And she said yes, and that they used to date. And that's the summer of 95, when Jimmy Fennell is like, oh, yes, Stacy and I, we became, lover since I met her at the Smithfield Jamboree, and when she and her mother moved to Bastrop, it was spring flowers and puppy dog tails and butterflies. My butt, she was dating a player named David Lawhon. And she admits that he was a player. Now, they talk about David Lawhon's wife, who he later married. Well, I've met David Lawhon's wife. She used to be my meter reader. Electric meter reader. And we talked about this. Now, they found Marianne Alt's case is almost identical on every detail to Stacy's, including one missing earring. And they allegedly found Marianne Alt's missing earring in David Lawhon's house. And I asked David Lawhon's wife about that. She said they planted it there.
Mm.
She is a meticulous housekeeper. And she had just vacuumed the living room floor. If that ring had been there, she'd have found it. 'Cause
Or the vacuum would have.
They didn't have shag rugs or any rugs. They had hardwood floors.
Mm.
She said that ring was not in their house until the Rangers came and investigated. And she was 100% certain they planted it.
Wow.
And this conversation took place in 2001, late 2001. And see, this is what it looked like they tried to do in Rodney's case. After he was arrested in 97, several officers showed up with a search warrant to search Rodney's house. And this is one time that Rodney's family rose to the occasion and protected him, because each one of the brothers took one of the deputies and they followed them all through the house, didn't give them a chance to plant anything.
Mm-hmm.
But it was my belief they were going to plant the keys, the car keys of Stacy, or the checkbook, or a check carbon. And they didn't get an opportunity. The Reed family didn't give them that opportunity. They didn't leave those deputies alone for 1 second to plant anything.
There was a question posted here back with the transcript that would make Kevin Gannon look bad. The one that you said you have not released.
Right. I haven't released it. Because it's kind of irrelevant. And though I've seen Cannon after A&E TV going on Dr. Phil and talking about how Stacy was burned from the hot water in the bathtub and how she was drowned by the flood, none of that's true. He doesn't know what he's talking about. In fact, I just gave KXAN Friday documents that from the Lawhon file. It shows Ranger Wardlow and the DPS crime lab looking on the engine of the truck that David Lawhon was driving, looking to see if they could find where Stacy's body was laid out across the hot engine to account for the burns
on her body,
under her breast.
Yeah.
Right. So these are major burns. And the Bayardos tell them that these burns are significant. And so Rocky Wardlow is checking David Lawhon's truck for indications her body has been splayed out on the engine hood or the engine block. But nowhere is that ever disclosed to Reed's defense attorneys. These records have never been turned over to anybody that I got in January of this year. It also discloses that the pickup that David Lawhon was driving was reported stolen the night that Stacy went missing, and 10 days later, the night that Marianne Alt went missing.
Right, we had mentioned that before also.
Right. And again, there's no records were ever given to the defense about this information, which it shows them pointing the finger back in May of 96 at David Lawhon and building a horrific case against him. Additionally, I got records from Will Young, who was the leader of the investigation of Stacy's murder, acknowledging that they never signed Jimmy Fennell's truck into the DPS crime lab or out.
Right.
They have no chain of custody having ever had that truck or processed it. And in fact, the evidence is conclusive that they never had that truck. and never investigated it. Why do we say that? Because the pictures that exist of the inside of that truck were taken by Ed Somala when in Bastrop, the day that Stacy went missing, when Jimmy Fennell showed up with the keys and they opened the truck, and he had them check to see if his checkbook was in the glove box, the center console. That's when Ed took pictures of the inside of the truck. How do we know that? Because when a crime lab takes pictures and there's evidence like the bodily fluids, they lay one of those 6-inch rulers next to it in order to give a scale on how big the deposit is.
Right.
You have none of those. So at trial, you had Meg Clements testify that the spots were as big as a large hen egg. That's not forensic evidence.
You know, going back to that bit of information there, where you're talking about the truck, I just want to bring to light this little bit of information here, which has been a talking point from time to time. The information, the Excel spreadsheet with notes on it and information changed.
Are you talking about the DPS spreadsheet on the evidence collected
found
at the high
in the
school
truck? Yes.
parking lot?
Yes. Let me just put that up on the screen really quick.
Now, that's the one of the other records that they're talking about when you read what the Attorney General's office ruled on Jose Coronado's statement.
Yes.
They said it mentioned that this is part of the other request.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that spreadsheet was one of my requests for a copy of that spreadsheet. And Lisa Tanner herself objected to the release, and her name is used again, where she says the release of that spreadsheet to me would interfere with her prosecuting of Reed's appeal. Now, I requested that sheet even though I had it, because that sheet is critical, because it shows that Tanner knew when she objected to it that it would interfere with her prosecuting the appeal.
Yes.
It was Tanner who solicited perjured testimony concerning that spreadsheet. And so I needed for her to confirm she knew how damning that was if I got it. So she objected to the release of it to me in October, November 2001. But I already had it. You'll notice that there's a name on that spreadsheet written on there and a phone number.
Yes.
Whose name is it?
Missy.
Yes, right, Missy Wolf. And her phone number at the AG's office. What they did after Ed Somala allegedly committed suicide, Texas Ranger Rocky Wardle, that's his spreadsheet, he rewrote all of the evidence on the DPS spreadsheet. He claims in that spreadsheet he put that Bastrop Police Department Sergeant Chris Walker collected all that evidence at the high school parking lot that morning that Stacy went missing. They wrote out of the evidence the 2 bags of clothes that were collected out of the dumpster in that parking lot. Well, at 5:30 a.m. when Paul Alexander found the truck in the parking lot, one of those bags of clothes were still in the
truck.
In the truck.
Yes.
So both of those bags came from Giddings with Stacy's body. Those are her clothes. Everything she owned, Fennell threw out. All of her clothes. He put them in those trash bags, placed them over her body on the floorboard of the truck, so if he got pulled over, it looked like he was just doing his laundry. You wouldn't see her body underneath him. And he threw them out. And then they had to recover them because guess who wanted those, wanted her clothes? Her mother. So they had to get those clothes back to her, and they had to write them out of the evidence sheet. And then they added things that were not found.
You mean
they
the
added
carbons?
the check carbons from the checkbook. You see, I have Ed Somola's both typed and handwritten report.
We had shown that before.
You're right. And he did not find any check carbons.
Mm-hmm.
They added those in after they found out that Jimmy Fennell had closed his bank account when he's supposed to be looking for Stacy missing on the side of the road, which confirms he knew she was dead because they were not married and she was cashing her checks and depositing her checks through his account. They were using the same account. So when her dead body is found, the bank's going to seal that account pending probate to determine which monies are Stacy's and which are Jimmy's.
By the way,
he knew that.
And that speaks to Lisa O'Brien's comment on our November 11 broadcast, November 8th broadcast.
Beep, beep.
Where she is saying they didn't have a joint account. Nobody
They
said.
did have a joint account. And how does Lisa O'Brien know anything? She lives in Louisiana. She doesn't have access to the records. She doesn't know how to pull the records. She wants me or you to send her everything.
She did ask me to send her documents. And
Right.
I suggested to her that she gets it the same way you did.
Right, and see, for a long time, she was Johnny on the spot on all the records. I mean, I could raise something on a case that would be almost impossible to track, and she within a day, she would have that case until I challenged her being Lisa Tanner and told her in a blog post that I had several defense attorneys that were interested in Lisa Tanner and that I could have them break through that persona of hers. And boy, all of a sudden, Lisa O'Brien has never been able to hit a home run since. I can raise an issue on a case and she can't find it. I can raise an issue on a document, she can't find it. Lisa Tanner, in my opinion, Lisa Tanner was funneling and using Lisa O'Brien to comment on these blogs. And once Lisa Tanner realized, and Lisa Tanner knows I can do what I say I can do, she panicked and stopped dealing with Lisa O'Brien, and Lisa O'Brien went quiet. And she's not been relevant in the Reed case since.
You know, I don't know who 2223 is, but sir, ma'am, whomever you are, am I worried about Jimmy Fennell? Anybody on the show worried about Jimmy Fennell suing the way Sandman sued NBC or CNN? No, sir.
Yeah, go for it. You see,
Or ma'am,
when
no person.
When I consulted with the Smithville Times newspaper, did the research for them, provided them the documentation, and they did their 3-month series.
Yes.
At the end of it, the district attorney sued the Smithville Times, their parent company Cox Newspapers, that own both the Smithville Times and the Austin American-Statesman, claiming that they conspired with me to defame him. He didn't sue me.
Mm.
He knows better than to do that. Open the door and see what I can do to you if you sue me. Because now, through the courts, I can get everything. And so Pennick didn't sue me. People have found that out. I will fight back. And I'm pretty good at what I do. And I shut down a state agency in 2003, 2004, because they went after my dad to try to get leverage over me. And when I got finished with them, that whole state agency was shut down. Everybody fired.
So 2223.
So
what can I say?
yeah, and honestly, I only state the truth. Everything that I say can be backed up with documentation. Everything.
Which is why I present them. This is why I present them. Because it was one thing when you and I, Dave, have been talking and sharing some documents and so, but it's another thing when we come on and people are saying, but where is this? Where is that? Okay, so here you go. I show them. It's multimedia broadcast. So
Right now, let's because time is a little short. Let's go back to Bayardo.
wait,
And that's
before you do that,
78.
because I got 2 minutes before my affiliates go off to their regular programming. So thank you. Let me just big them up. Thank you very much. One Harmony Radio over there in the UK, Island Worldwide in New York, NIE Radio in New Jersey, Foundation Radio Network on ClintonLindsay.com in Florida, WGLRO, Oliwap Radio, Dusic Media Groups in Texas. Much love to you. PEMG TV will be still sticking around. Cloud Radio 7, I don't know how your programming goes, but thank you also. And the Stew Pot is on Zeno FM. Will be sticking around also. So big ups to all the affiliates. Truly appreciate of you. Go on, Fish, because we can go a little bit longer.
Okay. The going back to Bayardo's contract in '78, we went through the Commissioner's Court minutes, but we didn't get into the contract. And see, that's what I'm right now putting together for both the prosecution and the defense. You see, what the contract says, the contract that they voted on,
Yes.
for Bayardo,
Mm-hmm.
that's a whole different animal. The contract says that it is a contract that goes into effect from August 1st, '78, and terminates August 1st of '81.
Well,
Only for
July
3 years.
31st. July 31st, 81.
Yes, it's July 31st. So so on August 1st, they have to have a new contract. They never did. I just got in. You have it. The records last Friday where the county attorney acknowledges that Bayardo never took the oaths for the first, contract or the second, and there is no second contract.
So I
So
have up on
even
screen
if-
right now where you requested the amended employment contract effective August 1, 1981. And there's your records request to the Travis County Commissioner's Court records clerk. And
the response is
the
no
response above it says, okay, here we go. I'm writing on behalf of Travis County Clerk's Office in response to your request for records concerning Roberto Bayardo. The Clerk's Office has determined it does not maintain any information responsive to either of your requests. And those requests, once again, as per your email, the documents replace the employment contract executed by County Judge Mike Renfro and Roberto Bayardo on July 24, 1978, which expired on July 31st, 1981. And this
So they
includes,
don't have any. They have no records for that new contract, and the
No
other
minutes.
request was for the oaths of office. They have neither. Those are the two requests that I made that they have no responsive records to. Now,
oh, shoot.
that means
I
that Bayardo.
sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm displaying this. I need to change the orientation for the viewers.
Okay.
They weren't seeing the whole thing.
Gonna do that mirror image stuff.
Yeah, I had to because of how the Excel spreadsheet was, I had to change the orientation on it. So this document, so that people are watching can see it. So there it is. That's the request from Fisher, and that's the response.
Now, these records are going out to the Bastrop District Attorney and the Innocence Project because once the District Attorney receives this, he can't proceed forward with Reed. Reed's case is dead
Well,
because Bayardo had no authority to do the autopsy. And it was Bayardo who set time of death,
mhm.
who collected the so-called sperm, from the swabs. All of these things are dead. So Bayardo's testimony at trial is all stricken because it was all illegal, because he had no authority to do the autopsy. The family of Stacy Stites can now sue the Travis County Mayor's office for tampering with Stacy's body because the autopsy was that illegal.
But they're not going to do that.
Don't bet on that. No.
Because that would look like they're siding with Rodney, and with the exception of Heather, publicly stating that, initially, it was let's burn him at the stake, and then got more information to say, wait, hold up a minute. So she is the only one publicly that I know of.
Okay, but the only ones that have standing to sue would be Stacy's mother and her sisters, because her brother is deceased.
Okay.
And they have, this is a fraud on the family and a tampering with her body. And I'm not sure on I believe it's either a 2 or 4 year statute. It could be a 4-year statute in which, once learning of this fact, that they can take action against Travis County and hire an attorney and sue Travis County.
Well, let's see where they go with that. Question is asked
right,
in the stew pot.
because once these documents come out and they are made and they have full access to them, the statute of limitations starts.
So,
and they could get $1 million from Travis County for this. And if you don't think that family would do that, I would advise them to do it. Because look what they put the family through.
Yeah, but again, they're all saying Rodney is guilty. If they do something like that,
yes,
it would be like they're agreeing that he's not.
But no, it's not. It has nothing to do with Rodney's guilt or innocence. It has to do with Travis County abusing her body illegally. It has nothing to do with Rodney's guilt or innocence. It has to do with the fact that Bayardo had no legal authority to do what he did.
Now, so the question is asked in the stew pot. What happens now?
Yeah, well,
and that's the $1 million question. That's the $1 million question.
Okay, yes. Well, see, I'm not sure now because see, everything, the whole field of play is changing very quickly, right before our eyes. One, you have Barry Scheck and the Innocence Project filing a new habeas. Now, I haven't seen it yet. I only know a bit in piece based on what KXAN and KView reported last Friday that you pull up online. That's all I know, other than I see where I think they're going based on documents that I've given them. And as Kevin has put up there, that I requested Jose Coronado's statement all the way back into 2001, and they've sealed it, and they never released it to this day. And the Innocence Project appears to have a problem with that now in this new filing. Now, KXAN misstates that Jose's statement is about him knowing that Stacy and Rodney were together. Oh, no, not at all. His statement is that Stacy and David Lawhon were dating the summer of 95, which contradicts Jimmy Fennell's claim that he and Stacy were in love and dating. So she was seeing somebody entirely different and dating that person.
Well,
and she acknowledged it.
I wouldn't say it totally contradicts. Maybe Jimmy was in love. But, it doesn't necessarily mean that she was.
Well, true. But it shows that his grasp on reality might not have have really been there. What Jimmy Fennell believed to be the case was not the case. And it could very well be the same thing with Stacy and Rodney dating. What Jimmy believed or would admit to, it's different from what the facts are.
Right.
But now, so what's going to happen next? Well, the next thing that's going to happen, it could happen as early as tomorrow, is obtain the new filing by the Innocence Project and see exactly where they're going. And since I have the master file, I can tell real quickly by their filing where they're going and what they're raising. So we'll, sometime later this week we'll know.
I've never asked you this.
Sure.
With all the information that you have sent to the Innocence Project and Rodney's attorneys, have they, any of them, come back to you and said, okay, let's talk about this, or thank you for that, is there, what else do you have that we could possibly use? Has there been any dialogue like that?
No.
So
The
you've just
closest
been
thing to any of
feeding
that
them
was
and
with-
feeding them and feeding them information and getting nothing back from them in return. Not a thank
well, I
you,
think
not
I
a
have
question, not a nothing.
I have to correct that. That's not true. Earlier this year, I sent them documents showing that the crime lab did not go directly after it left the crime scene where Stacy's body was being processed.
Right.
It did not go directly back to the DPS in Austin.
Because of
It
the
was
time
missing
lapse.
for over an hour.
Right.
It's only maxed during rush hour traffic. It was only a 45-minute drive from Austin. It didn't rush hour traffic. When they left, there's no traffic. And you're going into Austin, there's just zero traffic. So you
Right.
should have made it in less than 30 minutes.
And we had shown
But
that record also on
Right.
a previous
Took
broadcast.
almost 2 hours. And in the records that I got in January are pictures of Stacy's body at a different location being processed by that crime lab. Only the panties she has on this time are dark royal blue and they're wet. So they put a different pair of panties on her that are wet, which makes sense because it was clear at the crime scene that the panties that the semen was dried and crusted and they couldn't lift it with a dry Q-tip. So they took another pair of panties they had of Marianne Alt's and they wet them and they let the semen soften and then they re-swabbed them and they were able to lift 1 or 2 dehydrated sperm off of it. And see, that explains why the sperms appear to be desiccated, and that's in one of the reports, that they're desiccated. Now, for all the nays out there that think Rodney is guilty, the defense has never seen those slides. No attorney in the defense has seen them. And this is the negligence. The Innocence Project has never asked to see them because they don't exist. Now, I also gave them in late
why
2000.
not? Even if they don't exist, why not ask for them? Only so that you can be told in writing that they don't exist.
Well, you see, to try to get the point across to the Innocence Project, because they've been completely ineffectual in Rodney's case and grossly negligent in the extreme. In November of 2000, I filed a broad records request with Lisa Tanner Mitzi Wolf's office, requesting a copy of all the evidence that they had moved from Bastrop or the DPS to their office in Austin, hiding it. Now, of course, you think, okay, they're going to deny they have anything, right? I mean, come on now. What else would you do? Oh, no, they don't deny it. They filed that same exception that the release of these records they've been hiding would interfere with their ability to prosecute Reed's appeal. Are you kidding me? And, of course, the Attorney General rules, okay, under the law enforcement exception, you can withhold them. And then the next paragraph says, however, if you release these records to the opposing side, which means the defense,
Right.
you can't withhold them from me. And since they don't give them to me, it's a backdoor admission that they haven't given them to the defense.
Correct.
And I sent this to Barry, Scheck, and Bunch and told them, here's your proof positive that they're hiding this evidence. use this as a foundation to subpoena those damn records. Haven't done it. Now, I'm sorry, I kind of digressed. You asked me if I ever heard anything from the Innocence Project.
Mm-hmm.
When I gave them the record showing that the crime lab was missing, along with the tampering,
Yeah.
it was either Poocher, I think it was Poocher, from the Innocence Project, the professor at
Jane.
the Cordova Law School. Right.
Jane Poocher.
She responded back and said, "Oh, I think that where they say they arrived back at the crime lab at midnight is the time that they finished unpacking and testing and sorting everything that they collected at the crime scene." I mean, it was a definitely a Lisa O'Brien response.
Mm.
And I had to go, respond back. Okay, I'm sorry, I forgot. Y'all are civil attorneys. Let me explain how it works. The crime lab, it's evidentiary from the time they leave to the time they get back. There is no evidentiary information on when you finished, unloading the van. But it is evidentiary when you left the crime scene and when you got back, because if it's a 30-minute drive and it took you an hour and a half,
mm-hmm.
there's real questions of what the hell were you doing in that missing hour and a half. And we have pictures showing what they were doing. They were tampering with evidence. And I jumped back on her and pointed that out, and then I went through my records and picked out the actual hour, minute by minute breakdown of what they were doing, when they left the crime scene, when they arrived back. I mean, the whole itinerary. And it tells you arrived back at the crime lab at 12 p.m. Not finish unloading the van and putting everything and putting new gas in and replenishing the supplies we used. We finished that at 12 p.m. No, arrived back at 12 p.m. And these are the handwritten notes.
Mm-hmm.
So I sent that back to them, and I've never heard again. I guess I pissed them off.
Mm.
But it was so astounding to me that would be the first communication. Oh, well, we really think that 12 o'clock time period is not when they actually arrived back, but when they unloaded. And I'm like, are you nuts? Why would anybody document when they finished unloading the lab and restocking the supplies and doing all the mundane little chores? Why would anybody give a damn? But by God, every defense attorney wants to know whether you drove directly back with that evidence or you went someplace else and you're not telling us where you went and what you did.
True that.
Because when I got the pictures, it shows where they went and what they did. They tampered with her body. They had the Hearst bring the body to wherever they went. They went to a secure location where they retampered and reswabbed her body. And then how do we know that the panties are wet? Because then Karen Blakely writes a letter to Bayardo telling him that the panties and the pants are wet. They had to re-wet them to lift the semen. Did they ever give that letter to the defense? No. I found it in 2007. It's not bait stamp. Defense had never seen it.
Comment here on Facebook. The Innocence Project posted the new habeas on the website on the article about the new filing. Could you please post the link to that, Josie? Thank you.
So they've posted it online. Huh. Well, since I know the county clerk, and all I have to do is tell her that, and she'll send it to me. Did Josie say where they're really zeroing in on? The only thing we know is, that Jose Coronado's name is mentioned.
Yeah. I'd if you could post the or send me the link to that, Josie, I'd greatly appreciate of it. All right, so we need to wrap up this Christmas package right here. Because this is quite the Christmas package, We know who's gonna be getting coal in their Christmas stocking this year. Boy, some of this
Well, I
information.
just don't want to see any little elves coming down my chimney.
Some of this information we've presented before and shown the documents for it. Some of it we had to tie back because people had questions. And
Okay, and just
even
so the viewers, the listeners will know
Mhm.
that I don't know when the media is going to drop this, but I will be providing the contracts on Vallarta to the local media because they're going to go nuts about this because this could bankrupt Travis County. And I've already talked to one of the candidates for county judges
Mhm.
in the surrounding counties and pointing out that their county is going to have to sue Travis County to recover every dollar that they paid Travis County for an autopsy for more than 40 years. They have to. Our Constitution requires it. Because there were no legal authority to do the autopsies. So the autopsies are illegal. And so Travis County is going to have to pay everything back. And we know that Bayardo made over $2.6 million just in those autopsy fees alone. And that was a tiny percent of the monies that were billed. So we're talking hundreds of millions of dollars. And not only that, they're now liable from every defendant who was ever convicted where the Travis County Medical Examiner's Office was involved, where that prisoner went to jail. And by the way, I've already gotten that information to Anthony Graves, that the autopsies done in the murder cases that he was charged with
Mhm.
were done under Bayardo's contract as a private physician, not as the medical examiner. He has just gotten that information within the last several weeks.
It's beginning to look a lot like when?
Began to look a lot like hell for Travis County. The time that the Grinch comes home for Christmas.
Yeah.
So anyway, it's going to be very, very, very bad for Travis County and the criminal justice system all through Central Texas. And it doesn't just involve Bayardo, but his successors have also been just as illegal. That's why David Dolanak left in 2014. After I caught him tampering with another in-custody death, I called the commissioner's court and pointed out that Dolanak's oaths were invalid, and 3 days later, once they confronted him, 3 days later he announced he was resigning. And then the current medical examiner is not a U.S. citizen in Austin. He's a Canadian national. And thus everything he's done since he's been there is illegal and void. Texas just will not follow their own statutes and constitution. They will always go the way of least resistance and least costs and with utter disregard to the criminal justice system or the rights of anybody. And those days are over. I mean, Christ, this is the 21st century. This isn't the 1850s out in West Texas.
But,
and J.D. Langley is not, the new, law east of the Pecos, judge, executioner, prosecutor, defense attorney. I mean, he's not everything.
People would probably think that Oh, this is just because it is this high profile case that why we're talking about Texas and what attorneys and judges have been doing in these cases. Just a few weeks ago, what was it, 3 weeks ago? I spoke with attorney Frank Powell, who's the attorney for Nicole Bacchus. And those of you in Texas would know about the case of Nicole Bacchus. And those of you not familiar with it, you can go check the archives, the Night Shift with DJ Kevin Stew. You can go to YouTube and check the archives. You can go to the podcast of the same name and listen to that broadcast. And you'll hear some of the same names that Frank Powell mentioned when we had that discussion are some of the same names that are mentioned here and other times that we've spoken on the Reed case. So don't think that it is just surrounding this case that these things are popping up and it is relevant to just this case. No. This is information that is relevant across Texas.
And the guy who was executed in 2019
Larry
on a
Swearingen.
void order by J.D. Langley is the same county that Bacchus was convicted in.
Right. Nicole Bacchus was
Montgomery County.
Right. So you know, just so that you understand, people that are listening, whether you're in the United States or not, whether you're in Texas or not, this is something that is happening in the United States. So if it's happening in the United States, it can happen anywhere within the continental United States. I don't know about other places. Me being Jamaican, I can tell you that we have some stories of our own in Jamaica, as probably everywhere else does. But this right now, as we're addressing it, because this is happening real time. This is what we're experiencing right now. And Oklahoma has its fair share of high profile cases. Julius Jones is one of them. Where there are a lot of questions that need to be answered. The big one out of New York was the Central Park 5.
Yes, and the point I want to make is, as much as I've been fighting for 20 years in this.
Mm-hmm.
Make a point to people. It's not getting better; it's getting worse. The cases, it's actually getting worse everywhere. I see it in the George Floyd case.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in the George Floyd case, and I'm gonna PO a bunch of people. Chauvin didn't kill him. It was the officer next to Chauvin with his knee in his back. It's all in the autopsy reports. It's all there. In the Daniel Prude case, I reviewed that autopsy. The Rochester newspaper did a story. What I gave them, they went to the experts, and they confirmed everything I said. That the medical examiner lied about everything. She lied about Daniel Prude being high on PCP. The levels of PCP in his body were so low he could legally drive. Anyway, so it's people out there. If you're on Facebook and you're doing Twitter and you're watching YouTube videos, while you're doing all of this, your system of government is turning into a monster that sooner or later will ensnare you, because your rights are disappearing so fast. It scares me. And the only thing I can say to you is, hey, people, I'm old. I won't be here in probably 10 years.
Yeah,
but y'all will.
Yeah, just
and
so that you know, people. I'm just interrupting you rudely.
Sure, go ahead.
Sorry, Dave. But just so that they know, those that are watching, that image that I have of David is a really old picture of David.
I'm real
He's
close
aged
to
quite
70.
a bit. He's aged quite a bit since then.
I was 50 when that picture was taken. So I'm a good deal older than that now, and like I said, I won't be here a whole lot longer, but y'all people will be, and if you think that that our system of government is stable and everything will be as it is now, will be here in 10 or 20 years, I'm going to tell you right now, you are wrong. You are so wrong. You've probably already lived through the best years of your life. And if you don't get it together pretty quick, I would not I would not trade places with anybody young right now. Because this machine is rolling.
But one of the reasons why we have discussions like these right now is for our young people. It's for the next generation that's coming up, that they don't go through some of these things. That my sons won't have the experience of a Julius Jones or a Rodney Reed. Josie made some listed some names. Richard Glossip, Daniel Holtzclaw, David Prater. Corruption involved.
And
there are so
understand
many.
too, so that you understand. I'm one person, and they say you hear people say, "Oh, one person can't do anything." Oh, yes, they can. One person who learns the system and learns its flaws and its high points can change the course of this machine. Rodney, if I hadn't stepped in, Rodney would have been executed in 2015, straight out. And with all the muscle and corruption of the state, they still haven't been able to get him executed. And they haven't stopped trying. But if the Innocence Project is waking up, then the tide has changed in Rodney Reed's case. And there's a high likelihood that Rodney Reed's the matter involving Rodney Reed and Stacey Stites will be resolved in 2022.
Well, we pray.
I would bet there's 100% chance that this matter will be resolved in 2022 in Rodney's favor.
Oh, I was about to say.
Yeah.
That kind of doesn't
and I
leave it
realized that,
open.
and that's why I qualified that. Because Lisa O'Brien's out there said, yeah, he's going to be executed. No, he's not. if the Innocence Project is moving, and like I said, I need to see that filing, but with the additional documents that are coming out, with what has been disclosed about Bayardo, and his contract was illegal, was in every respect, it was illegal. They're offering him $200, of the monies from J.P. counties. That's unconstitutional. In fact, what I didn't tell you is just this last month, and I think I sent this to you, the TDCAA blog sheet. It probably didn't mean anything to you. It's the Texas District and County Attorneys Association. This is where criminal district attorneys and counties discuss things among themselves to help them prosecute other cases. And here's what they're talking about. They're talking about this new authorization of monies to go to county employees, that were frontline in the coronavirus or whatever. And what they're saying is, it says, and they're asking, does this authorization in ARPA overrule the Texas constitutional prohibition? And the prohibition they're talking about is paying somebody over their salary.
Oh.
And this fund that they've put out there to pay people additional monies, for the extra work they did on the coronavirus through this program is unconstitutional, because you can't pay an employee anything over their salary.
Right.
And these are the district attorneys going, hey, the district attorneys are saying, hey, are y'all having questions about this money that's been awarded, to compensate people for over the call of duty? And they're saying, yeah, and we're denying it because it's unconstitutional. And this automatic waiver doesn't overrule the Constitution. These are district attorneys that are discussing this right now. The date of this blog is December 7th, 2021.
Mm.
And you're having different district attorneys around the state going, yeah, how are y'all handling it? Because it looks like it's unconstitutional. We can't pay this money. That this program doesn't override the Texas Constitution. That's exactly the same issue with Bayardo's contract back in 78 that says he can pocket the first $200 of the fees from autopsies he did for the JP counties. No, he can't.
As is the contract with the other deputy medical examiners.
Right. Yes, you can't do it. And then I got asked,
However,
they
did.
are these interlocal autopsy agreements that Travis County is using now to do autopsies in these JP counties like Bastrop? No, John Cornyn, as Attorney General in 2002, ruled those are unconstitutional. A medical examiner's duty is statutory, and the Commissioner's Court cannot override the statutes and say, yeah, you can go ahead and do the autopsy for Bastrop County or Williamson County. We're going to do an interlocal autopsy agreement. No. The statute says a medical examiner can only do autopsies on people who die in his own county. And that's what John Cornyn pointed out. You can't do interlocal autopsy agreements to try to get around the statutes for a judge's authority. So I know, Lisa O'Brien, this stuff it doesn't meet, what your advocacy for the Stites family is. But if you want to help the Stites family,
Mm-hmm.
use your advocacy to go to them and say, hey, Fisher's releasing documents showing that the autopsy on Stacy was illegal. Travis County knew it. It was an abuse, and the family can sue Travis County for punitive damages, actual and punitive damages, for illegally doing the autopsy.
Well, I don't know what kind of relationship Heather has with Carol and the rest of them.
No, I'm
right
not
now.
talking about Heather.
No.
I'm talking about
saying,
Lisa O'Brien.
Oh, well.
Lisa O'Brien is the one that talks to the Stites family and tells us that she advocates for them.
Oh, yeah, you did mention the advocate.
So bring it to their attention that
no.
that they can sue Travis County for the abusive autopsy they performed on Stacy without authority.
That is if she's advocating for them and not trying to do something else.
Well, she can go ahead and charge them for her advocacy. I mean, Christ, you're in the same bed together.
Ooh.
With them. I don't know the morals of Lisa O'Brien. I can guess. But I'm just telling you, if you really are really advocating for them, then you need to let them know that this autopsy that was done on Stacy was illegal, without authority, was an abuse of a corpse, and yeah, they can sue Travis County and recover the monies. In fact, anybody whose loved one, the autopsy was done outside of Travis County in any of the 50 surrounding counties, can sue Travis County, even if that autopsy was 30 years ago.
Really?
Because they didn't know it was illegal. Yes, you see, the statute of limitations starts running when you learn of a fraud. Not when it occurs, but when you discover it. There's a 4-year statute of limitations on acting on frauds that you recently discovered. Since nobody knew that Travis County committed this fraud back in 78, upon this going out to the public and it being put in the press, it will automatically start that statute of limitation all through Central Texas. Because once it's published, then the courts deem that everybody's been put on notice.
Okay, so in answering Josie's question, I think you just answered Josie's question. Couldn't Ed Salmella and Gary Joe Brand's families sue as well with the issue of Bayardo's contract?
Absolutely, because the autopsy, Travis County had no authority to do autopsies, enter into agreements to do autopsies for any of the JP counties, and especially law enforcement and murder cases, because these have a special level of abuse, because you're interfering in a criminal matter deliberately with the intent to hide evidence that would bring the killers to justice. Yes, those would be worse, but yes, Ed Somola's family, Jerry Joe Bryant's family,
Mm-hmm.
anybody, even a traffic death autopsy sent from one of the JP counties to Travis County, all of them were illegal. And they were criminal.
Mm.
And they knew it, and it was all for money.
The thing that drives us, right?
Well, it seems that drives many, many people. God only knows it doesn't drive me. This is not the most lucrative business I've ever been in.
I can tell you, I'm right there with you.
But it does pay the bills, and it does give satisfaction. When a family gets satisfaction, I'm happy.
Yeah, yeah.
But there's some more stuff coming, some big stuff coming. But right now, it looks like it, and I can say it again, it looks like Barry Scheck and the Innocence Project is waking up.
I hope. I pray.
Oh, yeah.
Because we have been talking about this since, like I said it before, I say it again, since November of 2019. And I've had the privilege of having a chat with Joy Munford, with Heather, who is on tonight, Heather Campbell Stubbs. Hey Heather, haven't spoken to you in a minute. I trust everything is going well with you and the family. I've had the privilege of chatting with them on this broadcast as it relates to aspects of this case and who Rodney is and the people that he has interacted with, how the community is, how the environment is in Bastrop and surrounding areas. I've spoken off the air with someone that reached out to me from Texas. I have seen the spot real time where Stacy was found. And I want to thank you guys that have reached out to me off air, sharing this information. Thank you. Because that has put things into perspective for me. That outpost, that fire rescue outpost that is just down the street from where Stacy's body was found, and to know that it has been around, it was around even then, and cops used to hang out at that spot. So the question then arose, okay, so anybody that lives around there knows that spot is there, and cops hang out there. So considering that it is not 5 minutes away, why go there to dump a body?
Well, because the Sheriff Hernandez house was just down the road. And they had to have Stacy's body somewhere where they were storing it and using the electric heating pad to break the rigger in order to unroll her from the ball that she was in, from going into rigger on the floorboard of Fennell's truck.
Mm-hmm.
They had to have her somewhere where they had a power source. And when I found that Richard Hernandez's house was right down the road on 1441, then it made sense.
Yeah.
And that it was basically in Ed Somola's mother's backyard. Her house was just across the field, and of course Ed Somola grew up as a boy there, so he would know all that area. So if they wanted to threaten Ed Somola to keep his mouth shut, they put it what would be in essence his backyard.
You know, these little things. But here we go. People not really connecting these dots. And for me, anything that is going on anywhere around this community, in this case, is connected. You know, people look at Ed Salmella's case as something separate and apart. I don't. I see it all being linked. And
Well, it
and
is.
and there are so many more.
Right. The autopsy on Ed Samala was allegedly done by a Houston medical examiner who didn't sign it. The signature above this guy's name, his name's Tommy J. Brown,
Yes.
but the signature scribbled above his type name is Bayardo's name scribbled. Now, people who don't know who Tommy J. Brown is, well, let me give you two other high-profile autopsies he allegedly did. One in Austin was the Austin Yoga Shop murders, except for all four of those young girls who were bound, gagged, shot execution style at a yoga shop in Austin on December 6th, 7th of 91, and the place set on fire. So none of their autopsy reports are signed by Tommy J. Brown. The signature above his type name is Bayardo scribbled. But the big case that some of your listeners, will recognize is the autopsy on James Byrd from Jasper, Texas, an African-American man who in 98 was allegedly murdered by two white supremacists by chaining him to the back of a pickup and
Dragging him.
through the
Yeah.
pines. Well, Tommy J. Brown did that autopsy too. And since I consulted with the attorney that represented those two guys, the two white supremacists, both of which have been executed, neither one of them had anything to do with James Byrd's death. But the two brothers they were rooming with did. And they didn't drag James Byrd to death. The two brothers cut his throat, and then chained his dead body to the back of the truck. But this is Texas. We create folklore by lying about what happened in order to cover up a bigger problem. James Byrd's autopsy was illegally done at the Harris County morgue late one night by Tommy J. Brown, who was running a private business out of the morgue after hours. And this came about after James Byrd's death became a big issue. I pulled the time cards from the Harris County morgue. The chief medical examiner was investigating Brown, pulling his time card, and when you log in on a time card, it leaves a computer sheet, and it showed that Tommy J. Brown was slipping into the morgue at 2, 3, 4 in the morning, bringing in autopsies from the JP counties, doing the autopsies, sending them out, and billing and pocketing all the money. Sound like Bayardo?
Yeah.
Because that's where Bayardo learned that same practice at the Harris County morgue. That's why Bayardo was typing autopsy reports in Tommy J. Brown's name and scribbling his signature over them. There are over 250 in the archives in Travis County, none of them signed in Tommy J. Brown's name. So this is a scandal that reaches from one side of the state to the other. And if it's a big, high-profile case, you can pretty well bet that there's a lot of illegal, hidden information in those cases.
Right.
But I'm only one guy. I can't track them all down.
Here's something interesting. So, all right, 2215, commenting on in the stew pot. Two things. One question on Facebook. How far was Miriam's body found from where Stacy was found? That is a question.
About 7 miles.
About 7 miles.
Almost in the same area.
Yeah, that's not very far at all. And the other question, the comment posted in the stew pot. Scott Salmella told me Fennell bought 10 bags of ice the night before she was found. How did Scott know that?
Well, Scott, because he would have talked to his brother. Now, that, you know, there's, I mean, there's a lot of tampering with the body going on. And see, and a lot of facts that were told the truth then were later said that were not true. Like one, Jimmy Fennell said he filled up his pickup the night, you know, the late afternoon before Stacy went missing. Yeah, when the truck is found in the high school parking lot, it only has a quarter of a tank of gas in it. Well, there's a reason for that. Jimmy Fennell brought the truck with Stacy's body in it to Bastrop at about 9:30 p.m. that same evening. In order to try to hide the true time of death, they turned on the air conditioner on high, and the truck was left idling where they were at with the air conditioner trying to cool Stacy's body off, trying to slow down the rigor process. And it burned up 3/4 of a tank of gas. Between 9 and 5:30 a.m., yeah, you'd burn up 3/4 of a tank of gas, letting it idle with the air conditioner on.
Yeah, you would burn some gas, yeah.
So, when did Ed supposedly buy that ice?
You mean Jimmy?
Jimmy Fennell buying that ice.
Yeah. So
The only
they
time
said that
I
Scott
see-
was in the area. So Scott knew.
Yeah,
Listen,
the only way Scott Somala would know about that is that Ed had to tell him.
well, no. Here it is. There's this person is saying that Scott was in the area. So Scott spoke with Ed that night. I was told that Jimmy bought about 10 bags of ice.
Well, Scott, I think at that time lived in Bastrop, so that would make sense. So, if what Scott's saying, then Jimmy was they saw Jimmy in Bastrop that night. Now we know Jimmy was in Bastrop that night because a woman saw him, you know, out in front of her house with Rocky Wardlow, David Ward, Ed Somala, and the pickup. So when Curtis Davis testified that Jimmy lied, he wasn't at home, he was out drinking beer with his buddies, well, Bryce didn't ask him, where was he drinking beer with his buddy? Wasn't it in Bastrop? Didn't he drive Stacy's dead body to Bastrop and leave the pickup with Rocky Wardlow?
Yeah, Bryce didn't ask anything
to
at
set
all.
the crime scene? Huh?
Bryce didn't ask anything at all.
Oh, no, nothing. And yet Curtis Davis told you that. You see, in Curtis Davis's interview that he did with CNN, they discussed, you know, part of that. And they thought the most damning part was Curtis Davis saying that Jimmy Fennell told him that he wasn't home that night. He was out drinking with his buddies. And that was the whole reason for that 2017 evidentiary hearing in front of Doug Shaver. But that's not the most damning part of that statement. So I have it, that interview. The most damning part is the story of what happened Tuesday morning. That Jimmy Fennell, when Curtis Davis comes to work at the jail, now Curtis Davis lives
And he wasn't
in
supposed to be
Giddings.
at work that morning because he was
That's
supposed to
right.
work the night before.
Right. He lives in Giddings, where Jimmy Fennell lives. So Curtis is telling CNN that when he arrived at the sheriff's department for his morning shift on Tuesday, the 23rd of April, that when he walks in, Jimmy's in the break area. And he's like, oh, my God, what's he doing here? He doesn't work here anymore. Why is he not in uniform? I'm so confused. I mean, it's even bad acting in the transcript.
Right.
Well, the truth is, as you point out, the jailers, which is what Curtis Davis was, all over the state, they work 12-hour shifts. They work, and I don't care if it's in Bastrop County or Fort Bend County, they work from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And then the night shift works from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. Well, that week, Curtis Davis was working the night shift from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. Well, on Monday night, the 22nd, Curtis Davis tells the sergeant on duty, or the officer on duty, that he's broken a tooth and he has to leave early to go
Right.
to an emergency dental appointment. So he leaves about 9 p.m., 2 hours into his shift. Okay, well, that's the time that the Bastrop citizen sees Jimmy Fennell in Bastrop with the truck, with Rocky Wardlow, with David Board, and with Samela.
Ed Samela. Yeah.
And so now, how would Jimmy get back to Giddings, leaving his truck there? Oh, wait, Curtis Davis is going my way. And Curtis Davis would know Jimmy's not home with Stacy like he testified, not because Jimmy told him, it's because he picked up Jimmy and gave him a damn ride back home. That's
Makes
how
sense.
Jimmy got back to Giddings. And then the other side tells you that with that cock and bull story that Curtis Davis tells CNN, that he showed up for work Tuesday morning, except for he scheduled Tuesday to work from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. again. So he's not supposed to be there. So why is he there? Because he has been assigned to stay with Jimmy so Jimmy doesn't do something stupid and get everybody prosecuted for Stacy's murder.
Right. Blow the
They
hole.
don't want Jimmy left by himself. So Curtis Davis comes to Bastrop to be with Jimmy, not to go to work. That's a cock and bull story. It's all a lie. And the Innocence Project has never snapped on it. That Curtis lied. And when you tell that lie, then the whole domino starts to fall. All of them. Because why is he there? He has to know Stacy's dead. He's there to stay with Jimmy. Because he's telling CNN he shows up for work. He didn't know Stacy was dead until Jimmy told him. No, he did know. That's why he's there. He drove Jimmy home after leaving Stacy's body with the Ranger Wardlow and them to stage the homicide.
A couple of.
All the pieces.
Go ahead.
No, all the pieces are there,
Yeah.
and it's in the transcripts. It's in all of the documents.
All.
You've just had an incompetent, bunch representing Rodney.
Well, unless they're all in on it. Comment here.
Yeah, unless.
A witness also saw Carl Stites' car at the same night. Same night.
No. I know that's all that misconception and stuff out there. It's not there. There's no need for it to be there. You see, in order to put these pieces together, things happen logically in real life. People don't think that, but they really do. So let's look at the pieces of the puzzle just real quickly. Jimmy discovered the night before when he fought with Stacy and ran her out of the house. He deliberately did that in order to follow her. And where did she go? She went straight to Rodney's house, picked him up. They went out to Lake Bastrop, had sex, talked until it was time for her to do her 3 a.m. shift at HEB. She dropped him off at the house, not having cleaned up after having sex, and went to work. Then when she gets off at 1, she drives back to Giddings, goes home, takes a shower, probably does a wash, destroys all the evidence. Well, Jimmy staged that. So he's got people watching Rodney's house, and they follow to where Stacy and Rodney go. And when Jimmy arrives in Bastrop, they take him, and they sneak up, and he watches. So he's now convinced that she's cheating on him. And he's going to kill her. And the day he kills her is the 1-year anniversary to the day he met her in Giddings at the Smithville Jamboree. It's exactly 1 year to the day. He kills her on their anniversary. And then he loads her body in the truck, drives the truck to Bastrop, drops it off with Rocky Wardlow and company. Curtis Davis drives him back to Giddings. Where does Jimmy need to use Carol's car?
It was the next day when he took her car to go look
That's
for
right.
Stacy.
When the call came in that she's missing, then it's like, oh my God, I need to borrow your car. I need to go look and see if she's broken down on the road. So what does he do? He drives straight to Bastrop. He goes down 71, not through town that they're claiming Stacy did, because she never did. 71, when he hits 71, a couple of miles east of town, 71 goes right to the parking lot of the HEB without wandering through town. Takes the exit ramp, goes right into the parking lot. What does he do? He does that. Drives into the parking lot, just doesn't even slow down, makes the U-turn, goes back under the freeway, gets on it, and goes back to Giddings. Arriving back in Giddings about 8 a.m. Why is that critical? Because that's when the bank opens. So you can close your bank account. Closes the bank account, turns back around, and goes back to Bastrop to the sheriff's department where he teams up with Curtis Davis. Why is there any need for him to to pick up Stacy's mother's car that night? There's no reason. See, it doesn't make any sense.
Another thing here, Josie had checked. You mentioned in another broadcast, 2017 hearing that is no longer on record. Josie said she went searching for that, and you're right, it's no longer there.
It's gone.
It's gone.
Because I raised a stink about it because Shaver didn't have an oath on file. And so they expunged it from the records. Now, do you know what happens when all of this thing comes out about Schaefer not having an oath on file?
What?
Rodney's case goes all the way back to 2017. They have to start all over, and they have to do that new hearing with Bodden, everything all over again. Even the 2-week hearing this last July, all of them are illegal. All of them are void. The Court of Criminal Appeals can't use any of that to rule against Rodney. They got to go back and do it all over again. And see, by putting all of these bumps in the road for the Court of Criminal Appeals, it's beginning to get easier and easier just to order a new trial and get it over with. Because if the court orders a new trial, Brian Gertz will not take him back to trial.
Well, let's see what 2022 has to bring for Rodney.
It's going to be curious. And like I said, I when I see what the Innocence Project filed, it's going to be critical because it's going to show me the path that they're headed down.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what's going to be even more important?
What's that?
The state's answer.
Yeah.
You see, with Lisa Tanner already being removed, and I tell you, I don't minute that MS nothing there.
You don't buy it
because the attorneys that she's buddies with,
mm-hmm.
she told them an entirely different story. And these attorneys she would have told the truth to if a medical issue was the issue. But I don't buy it for a second. But if she left because she got tagged once and for all for tampering
mm-hmm.
with the evidence, then the state is likely to concede in the response to this pleading in order to close the door on Langley and Shaver, grant Rodney Reed the new trial, which they'll never retry him, and then they will fight to keep him from getting the $80,000 a year
for each year
conviction.
So, one of the questions I have, and I've always had this, the individuals that make up our judiciary that participate in something illegal, what kind of recourse ends up being taken against them? Because here it is, you have these judges that didn't file any oaths, that actually, here we know of one case where someone was executed. We know of people that are in prison for years. Some of them actually committed their crimes and have been found guilty, but because they didn't take the oath, they too have a chance of getting out on a technicality.
Right?
So you individual, you really made it bad for everyone. Those who deserve to be in there get out, and those who don't deserve to be in there get out.
Those that deserve to be in there that were illegally convicted.
Yeah.
The state doesn't have to release them. They can retry them and reconvict them legally.
But
the problem is they're going to have to pay them for every day that they were illegally in jail between the false conviction and the new conviction. See how it works? So we could have the richest inmates of any state in prison. We could have multimillionaires in prison that they earned their money by
being in prison,
being illegally prosecuted and suing and being re-prosecuted and convicted for the same crime, except they have a very big commissary account.
Mm.
But of course, when you're incarcerated and you have a big commissary account to buy junk food, what do you generally do? You become obese and you die in jail from a massive coronary. So their life terms will be, that money will make sure that they're very short life terms. That's just a little bit of a facetiousness to this, but there's a lot of truth in that.
So there's a comment here that says Carla Hall and a law enforcement officer saw Stacey Stites' mom's car being driven at 3:30 a.m. the day Stacey was found.
It doesn't. See, nothing makes sense to that. It doesn't fit any scenario. It's not logical. That's an apartment complex, and those damn mercury vapor lights that we have in Texas. It makes it real difficult to tell the colors of cars underneath those damn lights. You know, silver looks blue. You know, blue can look gray. Who knows? But there's no rhyme or reason in it. Jimmy drove his pickup with Stacy's dead body in it to Bastrop. Curtis Davis drove him home in his car. So why would anybody need to use Carol's car?
We know she's not doing it.
Right. and so why and every time you do slip somebody's car in and out, you increase the odds exponentially you're going to get caught.
Yeah.
You keep it as simple as possible. And it's clear that Curtis took off work solely to drive Jimmy back, and then he let the cat out of the bag when he did the interview with CNN. But they only acted on a part of the information he disclosed. If you had really reviewed the interview with the record, you'd have been able to hang him and Jimmy both back in 2017. But that's Bryce Benjett. Competency has never been his high point.
Another comment here. I read something that indicated Jimmy had Bastrop cops following Stacey around when she went to Bastrop, and that's how he found out about Rodney and the other men she cheated with. And there's recollection of it being said Ed and Jimmy were roommates at one point.
Yes, they were. They were roommates, and I didn't know this until relatively recently. It kind of surprised me.
And that was before Rocky and Ed.
It was one of the Samela brothers. See, Jimmy originally lived in a trailer out 95 north, just north of 1441, and 95 meet. Well, that's on the route to where her body was found. It was Jimmy and Ed that rented that trailer together. When Jimmy got the job in Giddings, and that lease had ended, Ed got a one-bedroom apartment at the apartment complex where he allegedly committed suicide. Jimmy moved in with Stacy and her mother for 2 weeks until he got confirmation he had the job and found the apartment in Giddings.
Right,
and
upstairs.
And then Jimmy and Stacy did not, and that was mid-November of 95. And then Jimmy and Stacy did not see each other after that, because Jimmy, being the new cop on the block, worked the night shift. Stacy was working the day shift at HEB. So she had nothing, all the time, nothing really to do, and she went to the little pool arcade part of the Shamrock gas station on 71 on the same side as the Walmart store, and that's where she met Rodney. And they had sex real quick right after they met, and she got pregnant. And that's why she went back to Jimmy and told him in December that she was pregnant. They thought, she and he both thought it was his child for the 2 weeks that he stayed with them. Before he went to Giddings and after his his lease ended in that trailer. And so they assumed it was his. And so he asked her to marry him. He moved Stacy and her mother up there. And then by 4 months later, the gynecologist would have told Stacy that, no, she's not as pregnant as she thought she was. And that's when she put two and two together. And realized, okay, if I'm, got pregnant a month after I thought, then I didn't get pregnant by Jimmy when he was staying at our house. So the only person that I had sex with after that was Rodney, and there you go. And if Jimmy ever found out that Stacy was trying to pass a biracial baby off on him, that would be problems.
But,
that comes in with the conversation I had with Carol in the spring of 2008, where she told me that Stacy was pregnant. It was Rodney's baby, that she was trying to get Stacy to have an abortion, and Stacy was refusing. That's what got her killed. And I'm telling you, if any of the media or the Innocence Project subpoenaed her on a deposition, she'd tell the truth. Carol would tell them.
You think so?
Yes, I do, because you see, Carol's getting older, and she's not in the best health. And I'm telling you, just like Curtis Davis, that's not something you want to take to the grave.
Yeah, but she has already gone on the stand and said what she has said.
But nobody has asked her on the stand. Simply because Rodney and Stacy saw each other and Stacy was pregnant doesn't necessarily mean that Rodney didn't kill her. The other evidence says he didn't kill her, but you can have an affair with a guy. You can be pregnant with their baby, not date them, and that person can kill you because he's afraid that you'll come back some time later and want child support.
Mm-hmm.
That's happened before, especially with sports people that have lots of money. We've seen that happen time and time again. So nobody has asked Carol but me. And when I asked her, she told me the truth. It shocked me, but she told the truth. But nobody else has asked her.
That would be interesting.
It would be. And I think you'd get a surprise, because I don't think she would lie to you.
So, no, the autopsy didn't say anything about the term of the pregnancy. The only thing that was said in the autopsy that David actually pointed out was the term paros being used to describe Stacy.
Right,
And
that she was not a Paris woman, which means she, as people will try to say, is it means that she had born a live young. Bayardo doesn't know that. He could tell that she's been pregnant before, but he doesn't know that she's delivered a living fetus or not. She delivered a stillborn. You see, you have to know Bayardo. Bayardo, by what these records are telling you, has a total fraud. He has been. His contracts have been illegal. He knows all of this. And he's running a flat for-profit business.
a scam.
How do you keep your clients happy? You tell them what they want to hear. But you also have to cover your own ass a little bit, too. Because you ever get caught for perjury, your house of cards comes down.
Right.
So what I notice with Bayardo is he pretty much tells the truth in his autopsies. He just misrepresents the information in a way that can be easily defended. And that's what he did here. He said she was
It's all about
a
the
Paris
wording.
woman. But there are lots of meanings in Bayardo's own special meaning. Remember, English is not Bayardo's first language.
Correct.
That's why his accent is so heavy. And Paris has generally been, used to differentiate between egg-laying reptiles and live-birth mammals. And it could easily mean that she was carrying a living fetus at the time of her death, as easily as it could mean that she had given birth to a live young, because then that's even hard to support, because Bayardo had no way of knowing whether her fresh pregnancy was a live birth or a stillbirth. Had no way of knowing that. So that's unlikely what he was meaning, because he has no information. The other part of that is, the only other time that he ever did use that term was in the Michael Morton's wife's autopsy. And let's look at the similarities. Michael Morton spent 26 years in prison solely from Bayardo's time of death. Bayardo said his wife died about 1:30 a.m. in the morning, when it would just be Michael Morton and his wife.
Right.
And he left for work about 5:30 in the morning, leaving his son there with his dead wife. It was that time of death that Bayardo gave that put him in prison. It's the only evidence against him. And it was all manufactured. And the Innocence Project brought in Michael Baden to challenge Bayardo's time of death. That's why I had my file given to Michael Baden by A&E TV, because Baden has dealt with Bayardo's corrupt time of deaths before. And the Court of Criminal Appeals is aware of Bayardo's inaccuracy on time of death. So, given to Michael Baden...
They seem to have short-term memory, though. They seem to have short-term memory. Because...
No, they do this all the time. See, I've watched the Court of Criminal Appeals. I've seen them do this repeatedly. Where in one case, same situation. We had, in Houston, we had a case of a medical examiner by the name of Patricia Moore. In one case, Patricia Moore said that the mother, killed the baby. And the woman was sentenced to prison. On appeal, finally, the Harris County Chief Medical Examiner said, no, that the medical examiner was wrong, she was in over her head, and the child's death was undetermined. Now, there was a lot of media in this case. It's a Brandy Briggs case. And so the Court of Criminal Appeals ruled that Patricia Moore, as a medical examiner, was mistaken. There's no evidence that it was a homicide, and they dropped the murder charges, and I think it was a life term. And then Patricia Moore did another case, another baby death, and ruled that the husband had committed, shaken the baby, killed the baby. Mm-hmm. And so his attorneys, same medical examiner, same incompetence, same result, so they appealed, and they tried to walk it through like the Court of Criminal Appeals is just going to rubber stamp it because it's another Patricia Moore, another questionable baby death, alleged incompetency and mistake, except they didn't. You know what the difference was?
What?
Second attorneys did not challenge the competency of Patricia Moore. They just figured the court ruled that she was incompetent the first time, they're just going to automatically rule. No, they don't. Since the second defense team brought in, a pediatric pathologist, expert, mm-hmm. who ruled that the medical examiner was mistaken and that this was a natural death, and the Court of Criminal Appeals refused to accept it. For the same reason that they refused to accept Michael Bodden in 2015. The defense didn't attack the medical examiner's competency.
Right.
When you show evidence that the medical examiner is incompetent, the first one brought in the deputy chief or the chief medical examiner who ruled that their deputy was incompetent. And so the court accepted it. The second guy didn't. And they rejected it. And that guy and this was back in 2006, and he only just recently had his conviction overturned. All this time they've been fighting because of that one error. And I tried to warn those attorneys, you're trying to take this for granted, and the court won't do that. And so what the mistake Bryce made is that he didn't raise any of the stuff about Bayardo's history, his writing autopsies on other people's names, his contracts, his right. changing opinion. They didn't raise any of that.
And unless you raise it, it's not going to be recognized.
That's right, because the medical examiner is a judge under our statute. And so, and they did it, and Barry Scheck did it in July. They brought in those two numbnuts, the guy who did, George Floyd's autopsy, and another guy. And Barry Scheck didn't raise Bayardo's competency, his contracts, his writing autopsies on other people's names. All of this, doing autopsies illegal for other counties. He didn't do anything for the court to challenge the honesty, the integrity, or the competency of Bayardo. And so you lose on putting a forensic pathologist against a medical examiner. You'll always lose in Texas. And they wouldn't listen.
Fish, there's so many comments, and I do want to apologize to everyone that if I skipped your comment, there's a question of fluid in Stacey's lungs if she didn't drown, but that can happen from asphyxiation.
It's easy to explain that. Anytime you suffocate somebody by compression suffocation, mm-hmm. which is a police officer, somebody on your back with the weight in the middle of your back, with your arms pulled behind you.
Kind of like how George Floyd died.
Right. As soon as you exhale, the weight compresses your lungs and you can't inhale. And that weight bruises your lungs. And so when they get off of you, the lungs fill up with fluids, just like if you drowned. Mm-hmm. Now, George Floyd.
And Trayvon Martin.
Yes. Well, George Floyd's lungs were full of fluid. He wasn't drowned, but they were just like Stacey's. They were almost twice their normal weight, which were Stacey's were, which Trayvon Martin's. Anybody who dies of compression suffocation, their lungs immediately fill from fluids. And this is something that Kevin Gannon didn't understand and doesn't understand. And since if the nose and mouth are unobstructed, then as the fluids build up and the bacteria starts to froth it to create gas pressure, then it forces it out. So the lungs don't get any heavier, but more and more fluids continue to run out of the mouth and nose, which you see on the floorboard of Fennell's truck, on the side of her face at the dump scene.
Mm-hmm.
But her lungs don't get any heavier. Once they're fully full of fluids, they won't get any heavier because the fluids will drain out as they drain in from the rest of the body. So that's why her lungs are full of fluids. All compression suffocation people have the same type of weight of lungs that Stacy had. And that's the way Jimmy killed her.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the way cops always kill and have gotten away with it.
Yep. Comments keep coming in and coming in and coming in. We got to wrap this up.
Yeah, we need, Kevin, we need to do a show after the new year
Mm-hmm.
and advertise it that I'll just come on and answer questions. So
Yeah.
that, let everybody build up their questions and ask them, and I'll answer them. And as any of your listeners can see, I know the answers to your case. I can answer them in a split second. I've reviewed all of this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
In order to know what really happened, you have to take it apart that meticulously.
And
You
considering
have
that
to be
you've been
able to put all the pieces together so that they all match. Then you know what really happened.
yeah, and you've been looking at the information for years. We're talking about 20 years.
From both sides,
Yes.
as if I was a prosecutor or a defense attorney, because you have to use
Objectivity.
bifocal vision. You have
Yeah.
to look at it both ways to know what really happened.
And that is the other part of it. A lot of the naysayers tend to believe that you are just a for Rodney Reed kind of a guy.
No, I didn't know who killed her. If the evidence came out Rodney did it, I would, to this day, I'd be saying Rodney did it. What my research found is conclusively that he didn't do it.
Right.
And then it was a matter of then answering all of the questions. The evidence strongly suggested that he didn't, but I wasn't 100% convinced. I had to look at those alleged rape cases. I had to resolve those because those were very disturbing to me. And so I looked at all of it, both sides, as if he was guilty or innocent. And all of the evidence came out that he was absolutely innocent. And that's why I am so, so firm in the fact that he did not do this. Not from my opinion, but by the evidence alone.
Right.
I don't have opinions. I don't care. I have no dog to hunt in this. If he did it, he did it. If he didn't, he didn't. It's that simple.
Right. And this is a position that you've held since I was introduced to you by when, let's see, this was 2019.
Yeah, I
2019.
don't know. I don't remember.
No. We got introduced courtesy of WGLRO and the Donnie Walker Morning
Donnie
Show.
Walker, that's right.
That is how we were introduced because I heard you on the Donnie Walker Morning Show.
Yeah, that was on Sander Bland.
Yeah, and I said to Donnie, hey, can I speak with David? And he's like, yeah, sure. Let me introduce you. And the rest led us to this point. No, so since and this was coming off the introduction, my chat with Richard Miles of Miles of Freedom there in Houston, Texas. So, and that was my introduction to wrongful incarceration. And, it goes on. You can check the records, you can check the archives to see who I've spoken to about wrongful incarceration, and the list is growing. And to answer your question, Josie, no, I haven't spoken with Wesley, and I'm here, I'm available. the platform is here. It's kind of what it's about. Um, of course, Jose wants to talk about Emmett's case, Fish. So there's so many
Is that
questions.
the Dallas? Is that the Dallas?
Yes.
Okay, and just so you know, I have been talking to the legislature about the chief medical examiner of Dallas. He testified in a high-profile case just before just before Thanksgiving, a serial killer, and his credentialing testimony. I'll send you the link. I sent you that link, didn't I not, of his testimony at that trial? Well, I'm going to send it back to you, and you can play it, and it's the first 2 minutes of his credentialing that hangs him, because twice what he credentials his appointments at are unconstitutional. And this is the guy who is the chair of our Forensic Science Commission that reviews fraudulent testimony and junk science used in murder cases. And this guy is so corrupt, and he's holding that position unconstitutionally, and I've already talked to the legislature about it. And after Christmas, we'll go into that in big detail, and it will do just like what is happening with Bayardo's 30 years. It'll do the same thing to Dallas. And as I said, I've already started that ball rolling with Fort Worth by going to the FBI and immigration a week ago. And that's 42 years of cases that constitute almost 20% of the counties in Texas for 42 years. So where you think that, I'm just poking at Travis County, no, I'm not.
Right.
It's all the counties, and the FBI has already interviewed me about the El Paso shooting in the Walmart store there. All those autopsies are illegal because the El Paso medical examiner is a Mexican national who's in the country on a falsified H-1B visa J-1 waiver. And he did those 23 autopsies in that Walmart shooting illegally. That's why they can't bring it to trial. And the FBI is waiting. If they do, they will file federal civil rights charges against the state. That's why they questioned me about it extensively, wanting to know if those autopsies and death certificates are illegal and if they fall under their federal FBI jurisdiction. When I explained how they did, they said, that's exactly what we're looking for. Attorneys have been telling us, but they couldn't explain why. But you did, and now we know, yes, they are under our jurisdiction. And that also holds true for the Santa Fe High School shooting 2 years ago in Santa Fe, Texas. Those autopsies were done by the Galveston Medical Examiner's Office, which is, by the way, exactly like Dallas. It's a medical school illegally acting as a judicial medical examiner's office that our current U.S. Senator John Cornyn, as Attorney General in 2002, ruled as unconstitutional, and yet they still do it. And the FBI questioned me about those death certificates, too.
Josie said Stephen Lesner did the autopsy in Arlington.
Yeah, and I have to look to see.
He did.
Well,
He did the autopsy in that Arlington case when the cop shot the teenage boy in the car driving away.
Okay, now what she does, if you go and do a Google search on the Dallas County Medical Examiner's Office, what you're going to come up with is the crime lab. You'll see no medical examiners, no doctors listed. You'll list the crime lab. If you want to see the medical examiners, you then Google the UT Southwest Medical School pathologist, and you'll find all of the pathologists at the medical school use the title of medical examiners, and that's illegal in Texas because professors at state medical schools are state-appointed officials. They draw their pay from the state, and you can't draw salaries from two different government positions at the same time. It's unconstitutional. So they're being paid from the county funds as medical examiners, which is a judicial title, and they're doing the autopsies as professors at the medical school, being paid for those, which is holding another paid appointment at the same time, and it's unconstitutional, it's illegal, it's sin, and it's going to bite. And let me tell you, a lot of these people that are doing these autopsies
Yes.
are just students at the medical school. They have no authority to do those autopsies. In fact, they
So it's
executed
practice.
a guy. I'm sorry?
It's practice.
It's crap. It's crazy. And Bernard has been doing this, and I had him deposed 10 years ago in federal court, drawing a line in the sand, and it scared the crap out of him. And then I made him take the oath of office. Now, what did that do? Well, it destroyed his appointment to the medical school. Dr. Bernard cannot be paid by the medical school since 2011, and all his graduate medical degrees that he's signing off and all of his deputies are all void. All of these medical students that are graduating from the UT Southwest Medical School, their medical licenses are no good because none of the professors have legal authority to be there. Because you can only be one. You either the medical examiner or your professor, and you can't be two. And if you take the oath as medical examiner, it extinguishes your appointment to the medical school instantly. That's why I had Bernard take the oath in July 2011. I intended to do that, and I did it. And now it's time to raise it. Now that he went in this high-profile serial killer that's killed over 19 women, and I think some men, and he's in the country illegally at nursing homes, and Bernard won't do the autopsy, won't divert those wealthy nursing home patients to the medical school to be used as teaching cadavers, because they have family with lots of money that will sue if they catch you. So he was having those declared natural deaths, and that's what allowed this serial killer to kill 19 people before he got caught. And they think it could go as high as 40.
So,
all because of this scam.
And this ties back to the Dallas, and Dallas Fort Worth, and by way of that, Joseph's case. Right,
because it was the Dallas. See, Dallas doesn't have a medical examiner who does autopsies. The autopsy done in her family's case,
yes,
was done by the medical school as a teaching cadaver. And it's illegal as sin. That's what I shut Lubbock down for doing in 2008, 2009.
Mm-hmm.
And Dallas is still doing it. And so if she gets she got the autopsy report. The autopsy report came with a cover page. And on the cover page, it's from the record clerk certifying that this autopsy report is a public record, and it consists of, 17 pages, and then it will go down in the next sentence and say it includes X number of autopsy pictures.
All right.
You'll always find it says XX. There's never a number given for autopsy pictures. Why? Because the medical school can't take forensic pictures. So law enforcement comes in and takes the pictures, and they take the film with them and develop it. But that certification record sheet is what tells you that autopsy was illegally done. And you know what that means? The death certificate is a falsified state record. It's a felony.
Texas. Nobody does it quite like you.
Yeah, I think what they call it, hook 'em horns. And the hook they're talking about is your checkbook.
Listen, we've gone way over.
We have. Anyway, think about doing. Let's do one where I'll just answer questions.
Yeah.
And we can advertise it enough time that anybody that has questions, and of course, by the time we do that, we might already have the Innocence Project and the state laying out the parameters of this new appeal and how it's going to go. So that might in itself create a lot of interest because, as I said, things should start picking up real quickly, and the Innocence Project should from here on out start really dealing with the evidence that has been ignored for the last 24, 25 years.
We pray. We pray.
Yeah, we can do that. But I think I'm seeing that it's moving in that direction. By the way, did Josie send you that link on Facebook on the posting?
It is in a chat, group chat.
Okay.
So
yeah, I'll raise
just
that to the
send
county clerk tomorrow, and if I can find it, that it was, or the county clerk finds that the Innocence Project did post that, then the seal is lifted, and I'll get it quickly, and I'll provide you a copy immediately.
Well,
okay.
Okay. So just before you go, Barbara made a comment here. It's like these people do all these illegal stuff like it's legal and don't ever suffer any consequences, and it's a damn shame. And it's true. And this is what I was mentioning earlier. There is no real recourse because the attorneys that know that they're doing something corrupt don't get anything short of a slap on the wrist.
Okay, here's why, and I've already talking to the legislature. In Texas, the judges appoint the defense attorneys for the indigent, which means just about everybody.
Right.
Those same judges tell those defense attorneys if they challenge this system that they'll never be appointed again, and there's not any law firms in Texas that can stay in business without court-appointed cases. All the attorneys I consult with, I have to take into account that there's only so far they'll go, because if they go any further, they'll never get appointed again. So I have lots of examples of this.
So the question then now becomes, who gets justice? How does one get justice
nobody
in a system
gets
like
justice
that?
Because in Texas, the corruption is the judiciary. It's the judges that have corrupted this system. So to try to undo that, now that the Commission on Judicial Conduct has authority over judicial candidates, that's retired judges and medical examiners both who don't take the oath. Now, the next thing I need to get is that Texas creates a new office of public defender, a state office that's an elected office, where all defense attorneys in the state apply to the state's public defender, and the public defender appoints the indigent defense attorneys all over the state, taking it away from the judges. So now the defense attorneys they can attack the whole system without threat from the judges of putting them out of business, blackmailing them. And that's been the problem. And now that I know that's the problem, I'm bringing it to the attention of the legislature.
Gotcha.
That they have to do this because the judges cannot be trusted, and they've proven it, to appoint an attorney that will actually defend the defendant instead of protecting the judge's ability to get a 99% conviction rate. And that's what Texas judges run on. I'm tough on crime. I've got a 99% conviction rate.
Gotcha.
If you have an honest judge who appoints competent defense attorneys, his conviction rate's going to fall into the 70s almost immediately, because people who are innocent are going to get off. But the first time that judge comes up to election, you'll have all of these attorneys running against that judge, claiming that he's soft on crime. He's got the lowest conviction rate in the state, and he gets voted out of office.
But you see, it's all about perspective, Here it is. There's the argument, and it's wrapped up in a nice little bow about who is tough on crime, ignoring the argument about who is big on justice.
Right.
And the two
Texas,
may not look the same.
Yeah, look at Texas. It's all about, beating the other guy.
Yeah.
And it's all about winning. Winning's the most important thing in Texas politics. And it has nothing to do about justice, what's good for the state, for the public, for the people. It's all about winning. And the state's coming apart at the seams. And the Republicans, if they don't wake up, they're seeing all the major cities flip over to Democrats, because it's real easy in big cities to run on the side of, liberalism and giving everybody their fair share.
Right.
And I start seeing commercials about this. File for this program. Get your fair share. What the hell is that? You don't tell people just to apply to a program because it's free, because you'll bankrupt the state. You'll bankrupt the whole system of government. You have to, when you finish at a restaurant and you're leaving a restaurant and you pay at the cashier and you have a bowl of mints, free mints, you take a mint, to freshen your breath from that, garlic soup that you had.
Right.
You don't stick your hand in and fill your pockets with all the mints to get your fair share.
Mm-hmm.
If you do that, you wreck the whole system. Nobody will put out mints anymore because they can't afford to provide everybody with $20 worth of mints.
Right.
And I've seen people do that. And I've told them, I said, look, you don't understand the principle here, do you? It's kind of an honor system.
Yeah, but
you don't take all. Well, I'm getting my fair share. What are you talking about? That's tribalism. That's not a society. and more and more, the downfall of our country is tribalism. We're seeing it more and more. Antifa, that's tribalism. That's all emotion. Black Lives Matter. And let me tell you, I tried so hard for 2 years to try to get some input. Black Lives Matter kind of really took off from Sandra Bland's death.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know I never got one call? I sent them stuff, tried to elicit their nothing. Nothing from the NAACP. Nothing. People of color have to understand something. Their elected officials don't give a damn about them. They are in power and they want that power.
Mm.
Just like you saw one of the founding members of Black Lives Matter, what she bought, 5 houses?
Yeah.
With the monies that were donated to Black Lives Matter? No, she didn't spend it, on bettering the lives of African Americans. She spent the money all on bettering her life.
Bettering her life.
And then she moved to the Caribbean to live next to, Elon Musk and, the wealthy white folks. Boy, that really helped Black Lives Matter.
Well,
I fight for
did.
what's right for any color. And I do most of it pro bono.
Yeah.
But you can't get the NAACP, Trump, any of these attorneys. These are ambulance chaser attorneys. They don't give a damn. The attorney that's representing the Arbery family, he doesn't give a flip about them. It's about the money. And let me tell you, he's making a bunch of money at their expense. Trump represented the Trayvon Martin family. Mm-hmm. I talked to his law firm, offered them all my files to prove how Zimmerman killed Trayvon.
Yeah.
And they wouldn't do the research, they wouldn't listen, and the family got nothing. And they went after Kevin Brown, same thing. The attorney representing, Arbery's family represented the Bodon Sheen in the Dallas shooting.
Yeah.
I talked to his office, offered them my files on how to get the Dallas County Medical Examiner, how to force the county to pay and they wouldn't do it. They didn't do the homework. They just thought, oh, the county's going to roll over, and we're going to get paid. And they found out it doesn't work that way. You have got to come up with evidence that's damning to the county, and then they will pay you. But if you don't understand the system and you don't do the work, the family's not going to get paid. Now, I will promise you that Bodum Sheen's family, that's coming back. That case is not over.
Mm.
And trust me, I will overturn that autopsy and that crap that Bernard and company pulled on that one. That looks more like a straight-out murder.
You know
based
what?
on the review of that case.
No.
I mean, it astounds me. But again, if the attorneys that are representing the family don't care about getting justice, just the money, then families will more often than not lose, and nothing will change because the police learned nothing because they weren't held accountable. The city paid money. They got to get away with killing somebody, and they'll do it again.
You know what, Fish?
You
I'm
need
not.
to go.
I'm not even gonna get you started on another one. So
If there's one last one, I'll do it real quick, and then we'll end it.
you don't know quick.
I promise you I'll be quick.
Listen, I grew up with a saying in Jamaica, which is why I don't make promises. A promise is a comfort to a fool. So
Yeah, but see, that's Jamaica. This is Texas.
yeah, y'all do everything bigger in Texas.
Look, we don't have a lot of the rhythm here. That's why you don't see any Jamaican-style music coming out of Texas. Just
Right.
some long, drawn-out country stuff.
Mm.
Have you ever seen country western dancers? You don't got a lot of rhythm there.
Yeah. But go with your last one.
I'm sorry? No, I was just thought if you had a last question from
Oh, no.
your Twitter feed, I'd answer it real quick, and then
Mm-mm. We're not
Nope.
gonna open that because
that.
that's going to Amber Geiger's case, and I'm not even going. Nope.
That
Nope.
one, yes, that one will open a can of worms. But like I said, next, after the New Year's, we can, people, who are on your Twitter and have this, they need to get in touch with you and talk about which cases that they want to talk about. If I've looked into them, then we'll open it up to discuss all of these cases that, I've done research on, and I'll walk you through, what the evidence shows.
Well, Darley Routier's case
Routier
is mentioned.
and Dolly Routier is one of that fake Dallas County Medical Examiner's Office. That'll get killed with what I'm doing here in the first of the year on Dallas, so that will come apart.
Mm-hmm. So there's that.
The Todd Willingham case, the one where they tried to, in 2009, prove an innocent man was executed, that was done by Dallas. And that one's easy to overturn and prove that he was innocent. Again, you have to know the medical examiner's office in order to make those cases.
Right. So,
Got the Branch Davidians out of Waco. You got the execution of the guy in Oklahoma where, they had to try to stop the execution. Dallas did that one and covered up what really happened.
yeah, there are lots of questions, and just like David said, go ahead, drop me a line. 773-789-STEW is the number to reach me. You can shoot me a text. You can go on kevinstew.com. All my contact information is there. Just drop me a line saying, hey, I want to ask David Fisher about this. I want to ask David Fisher about that. I want to ask.
And we'll do a show simply on that.
And
Ask the
it'll
Budinsky and,
yeah, we're going to have him butt in.
even Lisa can call in and ask a question.
And
But I don't know that much about the Roadrunner and the Coyote, so.
And I'm inviting David Piercy and Adam Workman, what's his name? let me see. He was commenting on here earlier, but yeah, that Adam. I'm inviting you. I'm inviting David Piercy. These guys tend to be all over my Facebook feeds whenever we do a broadcast, and all up in the YouTube comments.
Right.
You know,
If they have any honest questions, I'll answer them. And if they give you an advance what they want to know or a document, I'll produce it, and so that you can post it when they ask the question, so they can see the record for themselves.
I don't know what record you have not produced.
Trust me, there's tons.
Julius, Josie, with Julius, we've had Antoinette on here. We've had Jimmy, his best friend, on here. Julius's best friend on here. We've had one of his attorneys on here, Dale. So I don't know what is going on with the Julius Jones camp right now. With speaking with me, I don't know. We've had them on. We're supposed to arrange bringing them back on to talk some more. So we'll see.
Yeah, well, yeah, it doesn't have to be 1 week in the new year. It can be a month. It can whenever it's and trust it's going to take at least 30 days to shake out where the Innocence Project is going with this new appeal.
Yeah.
So it could be that long. That way, we open it up to some on what's going on, and of course the questions may be more on. Because if this thing gets really hot and bothered between the state and the Innocence Project on actual evidence for the first time, yeah, it could take an hour, 2 hours to answer all the questions. But we'll primarily make this a question and answer show,
right?
Open to everything.
Yeah. Because
if you got a lot of if we got a lot of Twitter people that want to ask questions, well, shoot, you ask me a question, I can answer the question. If I have the records and have looked into it, I'll tell you in a split second. I don't have to go through digging through records. My computer archives a lot in my head.
Mm-hmm.
And then if that's not there, I can turn right around to this computer and I can pull it up pretty damn fast.
Okay.
Because my database is massive.
It is.
And it's organized.
And
anyway.
I'm looking at some of my records here that I've gotten from you, and I'm like, geez, I've gotten a lot of files.
Yeah, well, and that's just tiny. I've got several gigabytes of data.
Jeez.
In files, and I've got over 1,000 autopsies and cases scanned into the computer over the last 20 years. And one of the big cases that are going to come back is all of those migrants that suffocated in that tractor-trailer rig in Victoria back in 2003.
You know which one we didn't really get a chance to address? The one there was this death that what was it? What fluid was found in the autopsy? Was it antifreeze?
Oh yeah, that's the Rodney Paul Wickware.
Rodney Wickware, yes.
Right, he is a George Floyd. They actually kneeled on his neck and crushed his windpipe and suffocated him.
Yeah, we were supposed to address that. We didn't really get into it. So that's another one too. So
right, we'll pull it up because that's one that's still being discussed, and will be more discussed early next year with Travis County, because the doctor in attendance at the hospital signed the death certificate as a suffocation due to crushed windpipe.
Mm-hmm.
And the Travis County deputy medical examiner tried to have that death certificate destroyed and rewrite the one on antifreeze, even though they acknowledged that there's no antifreeze in his toxicology report.
Right.
Now that was pretty egregious. and there were half a dozen police officers involved in that.
Yeah, so we got quite a bit of a fireworks New Year on the horizon.
Right, yeah, next year that we can do. But I think, I didn't realize there were so many people that wanted specific questions answered. So giving them enough time, and they can talk to their friends, and have other cases. And if if you want to know the answers, rather than what we talk about, which is relevant to us, well, we answer the questions that they have.
Right.
Ask a question, I'll tell you. Just like, you've had that, this stuff about Stacy's mother's car being seen and driven. There's no rhyme or reason for it. And I looked at that. But the more I got into it, there's no reason anybody would do that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And so it doesn't make any sense. And when you find something that just, it just doesn't answer any questions. Why would there'd be no reason for Fennell to do it? There'd be no reason for David Hall to do it. There would be no reason. So why would somebody do something that there's no reason for it? And if they did do it in an apartment complex, there would be some evidence, and it would lead to some reason, and there's nothing. And so when you look at all the pictures, all the puzzle pieces, and nothing, there's no puzzle piece that even in any way, associates with it, then it has to be a piece from another puzzle.
Right.
Something else going on. Who knows? Maybe some kids, hot-wired Stacy's mom's car, had a fake, key from another car.
Went
and took it for a
joyriding.
spin. It has nothing to do with this case, so it's outside the loop. And unless you learn that some kids were hot wiring cars, then it comes into play only. But nothing has to do with the case. Just another story, incidental to to this story. But I can see and find nothing that connects in any piece to the Stacy Sykes murder, and no reason for it to fit. And when I can't find any reason for it to fit, then it's an outlier. There's something else going on. Somebody made a mistake. Somebody's just wants to say something, but it just doesn't fit. And there's nothing in this case that would suggest any reason for those, for why that would even be relevant in the case, or it could have even happened. So I just brush it off because I can't find. Now, if something comes out of the blue, those reports are still in my mind. If something popped up, just a small piece of something that even suggested, let me tell you, my mind would put that together, and I'd have to figure out how it fit real fast.
Right.
But I can find nothing, not one anything, that would tie those stories into this case.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. This is where we wrap this up for now this morning, right here on the East Coast. I wanna thank you, Fisher, for coming on and sharing your information with us once again. I truly appreciate it, and those that are still on with us right now, I'm pretty sure they do too. And there are even more questions coming on. What about Melissa Lucio's case? So many.
Right. So we'll do, and sometime early next year we'll do a piece where we'll just open it up to questions.
Yeah.
So all you listeners out there, start writing down your questions. Over the next couple of months, get a little black book, and so that you have them all listed out, and plus new ones are going to come up because it's clear that something big's about to take place in the Reed case. And I'm serious. I think the Innocence Project finally has woke up and realized that they better get their ass in gear pretty quick.
Yeah.
Or it's going to be too late.
It's about that time.
Yeah, it's way past that time. But anytime somebody wakes up and gets their butt into gear, it's a good thing.
Yeah, better late than never, right?
I'm sorry?
Better late than never.
Oh, yeah, so that's a good saying. I think they even have that in Jamaica.
Yep. Hey, Fish.
Kevin, you have a good night, and all
You
your
too,
listeners,
man.
thank you for putting up with me, and look forward to the next time.
All right, man. Take care.
And y'all have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
All right. Merry Christmas to you.
Thank you much. Bye-bye.
All right. Good night. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. We wrapped it up. We managed to do it in less than 5 hours this time. Wow. We actually did try to make it a 2-hour broadcast. We really tried, but yet again we failed. But hey, tonight it's Healthy Love Night, and the night shift continues. Y'all take care of yourselves. Good morning, good afternoon, good day to you, wherever you are in the world. From right here in South Florida, I bid you all a good night. The sound of Nikki Blaze taking us out right now. Take care of yourselves. Take care of someone else. Look out for members of your community. Remember, your community is not just a development that you live in, but it spreads far and wide. So those that you pass on the bus, the plane, the boat, the train, whether you walk, ride, or drive, these are members of your community. Do something good for one of them today, because you never know who's going to do something good for you tomorrow. My name is DJ Kevin Stew. This is how I like to do it to you, for you, and with you every Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, right here on the night shift with DJ Kevin Stew. Y'all take care of yourselves. Like I said earlier, healthy love. That's so odd. Anyway, y'all take care of yourselves. Later on, blessings.
I see them love. Oh, yes, I see them.
Greetings and salutations, one and all. You're invited to tune in to the night shift with DJ Kevin Stew. It airs on Mondays with Community and Finance, Tuesdays with Healthy Love, and Wednesdays with Real Talk from 10 p.m. to midnight Eastern Time. Come spend some time interacting in the stew pot, where we keep things bubbling and wind down in musical therapy. The night shift with DJ Kevin Stew is on kevinstew.com, where you're encouraged to have acceptance through enlightenment.